Section 1 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 4 of 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alister. Imperialism and World Politics, Part 4 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. Chapter 17. Nationalism versus Imperialism in Europe. Subsection: The Survival of the Weak. Were imperialism sheer ruthless greed, nothing more, nothing less, the smaller and weaker nations of Europe, like those of Africa and Asia, would doubtless have been swallowed up by the insatiable great powers. That many of these impotent small nations have been permitted to remain independent is a fact of the utmost significance for any analysis of the psychology of imperialism. And that there has been a marked tendency of late toward imperialist domination of certain areas of Europe is not less significant. These two facts require explanation. There are really a surprising number of small nations in Europe, utterly incapable of defending themselves against any serious aggression on the part of a great power. In 1914 there were 21 such states, too small or too weak to resist a great power. Footnote: Albania, Andorra, Belgium, Bulgaria, Denmark, Greece, Holy See, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Monaco, Montenegro, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Romania, San Marino, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Serbia, Turkey in Europe. Since the Great War, Montenegro and Serbia have been merged with Yugoslav lands taken from Austria-Hungary to form the Serb, Croat and Slovene state, and the following have been added to the list of smaller states: Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, the Free City of Danzig, internationalised Saar Basin, quasi-independent Iceland, and the new Irish Free State might possibly be included, but are not, because the first two are under the control of the League, and second pair are under at least the suzerainty of Denmark and Great Britain, respectively. End of footnote. Only a few of these, namely Andorra, San Marino, the Holy See, Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, and Monaco, could be described as falling under the shadow of any great power. The other 15 were independent. And some were tempting morsels. Belgium's rich coal resources could not be defended by a Belgian army which in peace boasted only 50,000 men, and in war a potential 350,000, a tenth of the force France or Germany could exert. Sweden's treasure of high-grade iron ore, needful to the German steel industry, could not be protected by the 200,000 or so men Sweden might put into the field in case of war. Nor was Spain's army of 152,000, with an estimated war strength of 200,000, any adequate guarantee of a country rich in iron, coal, zinc, lead, and other materials. Nor could 300,000 soldiers repel any powerful invader from the valuable forests, the oil fields, or the fertile grainlands of Romania. Such smaller nations, the German Emperor William II is reported to have said, cannot permanently remain independent units in this age of competition among gigantic economic units. Inevitably, the small must gravitate into the orbits of the great. He was not alone in this conception. Pan-German fanatics dared to hope that ultimately the Teutonic Low Countries and Scandinavia, and the partially Germanized Baltic provinces and other lands, would be attached in some way as satellites or dependencies to Teutonic Central Europe embracing Austria as well as Germany. Friedrich Neumann's Mitteleuropa was but one of the more popular of the expositions of this general belief. The theme is in a general way analogous to that of the imperialism described in the earlier chapters of this book, the idea that great industrial nations must expand. If the German expression of the idea has been chosen for illustration, it is not because the Germans were unique in expressing it. Why was the idea not carried out? Why were the imperialist tendencies of the great powers restrained as regards the small countries of Europe? Why have small nations been allowed to continue in existence and to increase in number? Two reasons appear quite clearly. First, the smaller European states were, almost without exception, so highly civilized and well-governed that imperialists could not easily have awakened in any great power either the glowing indignation against atrocities or the humanitarian zeal for the white man's burden and the civilizing mission that are usually required for popular support of aggressive imperialism. For conquering Central Africa, one could plead as justification the necessity of abolishing the slave trade. But what excuse could be offered for the conquest of Sweden? No concession or protectorate or sphere of interest was required to enable Germany to obtain iron ore from Swedish mines, or English capitalists to develop Spanish mineral resources, because in civilized countries the ordinary processes of investment, industry, and commerce suffice for such purposes. As a matter of fact, Germany did obtain iron from Sweden and oil from Romania, and British capitalists did invest in Spain, as well as in most other countries on the continent, and French capitalists bought the bonds of European governments by legitimate and peaceful business transactions. The major economic factors in imperialism, making secure loans granted to an irresponsible government, exploiting hitherto undeveloped resources, opening up a market, were usually lacking. Almost without exception, the European states were too well governed to offer the opening for imperialism. But not quite without exception. European Turkey comes to mind at once. And the European possessions of Turkey would doubtless have been taken by great powers had it not been for Balkan nationalism. As it was, Austria-Hungary took Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Russia took Bessarabia. Another exception was Serbia, whose unstable government and unsavoury record of assassinations had given the Austrian public opinion some ground for the feeling that violence might justifiably be employed to punish Serbian misdeeds. Unruly Portugal likewise offered opportunities for foreign intervention, but was sheltered by alliance with England. The last remark suggests a second reason. Even where some European state was turbulent enough to invite intervention, the intense rivalry of the great powers usually precluded such intervention. For example, an Austro-Hungarian attack on Serbia would be, and was in 1914, opposed by Russia. A German foray into Belgium would be resisted by France and England. Rival imperialisms have occasionally neutralized each other, at least for a time, in Asia and Africa. For example, before 1907, neither Russia nor England dared appropriate Persia. Or again, Korea's independence was long preserved by Russo-Japanese rivalry. But in Europe, this consideration was of much greater weight. In Europe, the acquisition even of a small territory by a great power might be of immense strategic moment, might tilt the trembling balance of power. Strategy endowed small countries like Belgium, Switzerland, and Holland with such value that no great power could be permitted by the others to undertake conquest. Consequently, Europe was only to a very restricted extent a field for imperialism. Possibly the German annexation of Alsace-Lorraine in 1871 might be called imperialistic, but it was an incident of German national unification, and the German desire for its possession was certainly based less on any consideration of its economic value than on contentions that it was historically, ethnically, geographically, or strategically an integral part of the German nation. The Austro-Hungarian occupation of Bosnia-Herzegovina and Novi Pazar in 1878, and annexation of Bosnia-Herzegovina in 1908, may be set down to imperialism, or something closely resembling the imperialism we have seen at work in Africa and Asia. There was in these actions some of the feeling of cultural superiority, some of the economic interest, much of the prestige-seeking that are typical elements of contemporary imperialism. Austro-Hungarian and German interests, moreover, acquired control of the Orient Railway through the Balkans and sought the right to construct other railways in the Balkans, and mingled economic business with political strategy in somewhat the same way that the reader has learned to recognise in China or Asiatic Turkey. Anyone eager to push the analogy may easily regard the rival aspirations and conflicting intrigues of Austria and Russia, the attempts of each to obtain political influence over the Balkan nations, as part of the story of imperialism. It is so well known that it need not be considered further here. Subsection: Economic and Military Imperialism in Europe since 1914. The Great War of 1914 let loose latent imperialist passions. In Russia, the hope of mastering the Balkans and Constantinople at last seemed realizable, as well as the designs of adding German and Austrian to Russian Poland. In France, ardent chauvinists dreamed of bringing Belgium and Luxembourg into the French orbit commercially, and of establishing the French domination, if not actual sovereignty, over the Saar Basin and the German Rhineland. That the French government in some degree shared such designs is clear from the secret notes it exchanged in February and March 1917 with the Russian government, promising Russia a free hand in drawing the western frontier of Russia in return for permission to annex the Saar Basin in addition to Alsace-Lorraine, and to convert the left bank of the Rhine into an autonomous state occupied by French troops. Italy obtained from the Allies in 1915 a secret pledge to gratify the Italian desire for not only Italia Irredenta, which might be sanctioned by the principle of nationalism, but also part of Dalmatia and the Dalmatian Islands and Albania, possession of which would make the Adriatic in truth an Italian lake and afford a foothold for Italian imperialism in the Balkan Peninsula. Professor Salvemini has alleged that this program was originated by Italian shipping interests. In Germany, on the other hand, a small but vociferous and influential minority clamoured during the war for a thoroughly imperialistic peace. They demanded the iron area of French Lorraine, control of Belgium in one form or another, creation of a row of satellite states on the eastern border of Germany, or possibly actual annexation of Poland, Lithuania, and the Baltic provinces. Ludendorff, the masterful quartermaster general, who well-nigh dominated German policy in the last years of the war, seems to have lent his powerful support to such aims. German imperialist aims were balked by the fortunes of war, Russian imperialism was subverted by the Bolshevik Revolution, and Wilsonian idealism offered an obstacle at the peace conference to the aims of France and Italy. Yet the latter were realised in a measure. The peace conference planned that Italy should annex part of Albania and assume a mandate over the remainder, but revolts in Albania and a reaction against jingoism at home brought about Italy's withdrawal from Albania, and Albania became a free republic, a member of the League of Nations. France was more successful, but not wholly successful. By Article 40 of the Treaty of Versailles, Germany renounced
all right to the exploitation of the railways
of Luxembourg, and recognised that henceforth that Grand Duchy was no longer part of the German Zollverein. In other words, German economic control of this valuable iron-producing state was cancelled, and the door was left open for French control. French plans for the left bank of the Rhine were modified. This populous segment of the demilitarised German nation was occupied by Allied troops, severed from the rest of Germany by a separate tariff regime. The coal mines of the Saar Basin were ceded to France, but instead of permitting France to annex the region outright, Wilson and Lloyd George succeeded in making it an internationalised territory under the political control of an international governing board, appointed by the Council of the League of Nations, and in providing for a plebiscite in 1935. As regards both the Saar and the Rhineland, therefore, French imperialism was only partly gratified and was partly checked by internationalism. The same tendency, it may be remarked, to impose international restraints on national imperialism may be observed in the case of the German city of Danzig, desired by Poland for economic and strategic reasons, but established by the Peace Conference as a free city under the administrative supervision of a commissioner appointed by the League of Nations, there was beginning to appear a significant conflict between international administration and national imperialism. After the Peace Conference, French imperialists sought to secure, by indirect means, more than the conference had granted, particularly as regards the Saar, the left bank, and the Ruhr. In the internationalised Saar Basin, a French army of occupation was retained, French currency introduced, French schools established, French martial law declared. Indeed, the measures taken by French military authorities in the Saar territory were of such a nature that they were seriously challenged by Lord Robert Cecil and by Hjalmar Branting in the Council of the League of Nations. Ugly rumours were heard to the effect that French authorities were determined to prevent the inhabitants from voting for reincorporation in Germany in 1935. The fact that they are not heard now is an indication of the extent to which the situation has changed for the better in the last 2 years. More ambitious French aims were disclosed by the Dariac Report, a secret memorandum alleged to have been drawn up by the President of the Finance Commission of the Chamber of Deputies and published by the Manchester Guardian. In this interesting document, the virtual separation of the Rhineland from Germany was urged on economic and strategic grounds. Another interesting document, cited by ex-Premier Nitti of Italy, was the alleged secret report, dated May 25, 1922, of a French military commission which recommended not only the permanent military control of the Saar Basin, inclusion of the left bank in the French customs frontier, and prolonged occupation of the Rhine, but boldly pointed out the economic desirability of controlling the Ruhr Basin. These secret documents coincided to a marked degree with the tenor of French policy in postbellum years, and with the public declarations of influential French industrialists and politicians. Poincaré's premier repeatedly announced that French troops would remain on the Rhine until Germany paid her reparations debt, which at that time seemed impossible. The Cologne bridgehead on the Rhine should normally have been evacuated in January 1925, had Germany been fulfilling the treaty terms. But French sentiment was strongly against even this partial relinquishment of the Rhine, and the decision was made by the Allies to continue the occupation until 1926. Attempts made by German separatists to set up a separate government in the Rhineland independent of Prussia were quite certainly favoured, if not actually inspired, by French officials, though they may not have been instigated by the French government itself. These manoeuvres to detach the Rhineland from Prussia and to make it a buffer state dominated by France failed of fruition. They were significant as indicating a policy or desire, rather than for their results. The boldest step toward French domination of Western Germany was the seizure of the Ruhr Basin by French and Belgian troops in January 1923. This district on the right bank of the Rhine was the very heart of the German iron and steel industries, and the most valuable coal mining area possessed by Germany. Its seizure was justified by the French government as a method of securing reparation from Germany, yet the deed could well be interpreted in line with the secret memoranda which have just been cited, and such an interpretation could find some support in the fact that French industrial magnates, such as Loucheur, were proposing that a portion of the stock of German industrial concerns in the Ruhr should be turned over to France. Such a plan, if it had been carried out, would have given France a permanent economic grip on the Ruhr. That would have been economic imperialism, not of the sort generally displayed in Asia and Africa, but of a new type, better suited to Europe. But as a result of the adoption of the Dawes Plan, France evacuated the Ruhr without obtaining the desired interest in the Ruhr industries. Instead, the Allies collectively obtained a mortgage on German railways and German industries as a whole. Again, national imperialism was checked by internationalism, and the evacuation of the Ruhr was followed by the Locarno Conference. French policy in Eastern Europe during the postbellum period was also tinged with imperialism. economic and military imperialism of a subtle form. By lending money to the members of the Little Entente, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia and Romania, by providing military experts to train their armies and by giving diplomatic support to their aspirations, and by making formal alliance with the chief of them, Czechoslovakia, the French government made these countries her protégés, her satellites. Such a relationship is legally quite different from a protectorate, which involves a partial transfer of sovereignty. Nevertheless, its practical results in securing strategic and economic advantages and in establishing a real though informal guidance over the policies of the protégés were different in degree rather than in kind from the fruits of imperialist protectorates. A more striking instance of this rarefied imperialism may be found in French relations with Poland. Poland was naturally inclined toward France, since the latter had been the most generous champion of extreme Polish territorial aspirations at the peace conference and afterward. Moreover, as against the potential enmity of Russia or Germany, France would be Poland's most natural ally. Indeed, when a Red Army from Russia swept into Poland menacing Warsaw in 1920, it was France from whom the Poles obtained military supplies and military experts, and with the help of French officers Poland repelled the Bolshevists, extended her frontier to the east, and won peace with victory by the Treaty of Riga, October 12, 1920. This informal French patronage of Polish interests developed into a formal alliance. In February 1921 there was signed a Franco-Polish alliance treaty, by which the two nations agreed to act in concert, in case either should be attacked without provocation, and by which both agreed to cooperate in diplomatic and economic affairs. The cooperation may perhaps be described as somewhat one-sided. France made herself the resolute spokesman of the Polish claims in Upper Silesia, with the result that Poland secured a very favourable settlement in the partition of Upper Silesia in October 1921. It should be noted that what Poland obtained in this settlement was a rather larger share of the mining districts of Upper Silesia than strict conformity to the principle of self-determination might have allowed, and further, that in the mines that passed under Polish sovereignty, French financial interests secured a considerable measure of control. French economic imperialism, to be candid, operated through the medium of Polish nationalism. The iron hand wore a Polish glove, but the hand was there. Moreover, France lent Poland 400 million francs to be used in purchasing military and other supplies in France, and in reorganizing the Polish army and railways. Thus, Poland was more closely bound to her patron by finance and military considerations, and a Franco-Polish commercial convention signed on February 6, 1922, arranged for reciprocal tariff reductions, favouring the importation of French goods into Poland and vice versa. Not the old imperialism of annexation and protectorates, but a new imperialism of financial, economic and military patronage may be seen in this Franco-Polish alliance. Less open, less brutal, less monopolistic, less secure than conquest. The new imperialism was possible where conquest would have been quite inadmissible, and it was productive of many of the advantages obtained elsewhere by conquest. It gave France a real, though unacknowledged and insecure, influence over Polish foreign relations and Polish armaments, and it secured for French capital and French exports special favours in Poland. Subsection: Concessionaire Imperialism and Soviet Russia. By all odds, the most striking instances of the newer imperialism in postbellum Europe were those which concerned Soviet Russia. Before the war, Russia had been a field for French, Belgian, German and British investments, and the Tsar's government had borrowed heavily from France and England. But financial dependence had entailed neither the political subservience nor the granting of wholesale concessions for privileged economic exploitation. War and revolution opened the door to genuine imperialism. The war, cutting off imports of machinery and exports of grain, caused economic exhaustion, even retrogression in Russia. This was followed by the revolution, which in turn led to political instability and further economic exhaustion, aggravated by the Allied blockade, and by communist experimentation with the economic system. While Russia was in this condition, French support was given to the counter-revolutionists, much as American support has been given on occasion to filibusters in Latin America. But the counter-revolutions were suppressed, and other tactics were needed. From 1921 on, Western European and American financial interests sought to obtain their ends in Russia through the familiar mechanism of concessions. The scramble for concessions in Russia beginning in 1921 may fairly enough be regarded as imperialism. In aim, it was unquestionably similar to the quest of concessions in China or Turkey or Morocco. In method, however, it differed slightly, because Soviet Russia could not easily be bullied or coerced by punitive expeditions or assigned as a sphere of interest. Concession hunters had to rely principally on Russia's crying need for foreign capital, and on such diplomatic pressure as their governments might be induced to exert, though diplomatic pressure was not very effective at Moscow. Russia did need foreign capital, however. In 1921, the Soviet government decided upon what was called the New Economic Policy, a provisional compromise between communism and capitalism. One feature of the new policy was a willingness to offer industrial concessions to foreign capitalists in order to stimulate production in Russia and thus to create conditions, so the Bolshevists argued, in which communism might ultimately be successful. At the Hague Conference of 1922, the Russian delegates handed the Allied experts a memorandum stating that the Soviet government was willing to offer concessions to be exploited by mixed-stock companies in which foreign capital and the Soviet government itself would share. There followed an elaborate list of industries in which concessions might be granted. List ends at about 28 minutes and 33 seconds. Petroleum industry. Regions already exploited. A. Baku region. B. Grozny region. C. Ural-Emba region. D. Kuban region. E. Turkestan. 2. Regions prospected, but not yet exploited. Regions of Grozny. 3. Unprospected regions and areas. A. Baku region. B. Ural-Emba region. C. Kuban region. D. Turkestan. E. Province of Vᴏʟʟ. Mining industry. A. Iron ore. B. Copper. C. Polymetallic ores. D. Coal. E. Gold and platinum. Exploitations of forests. A. 33 regions in European Russia. B. Caucasus. C. Siberia. Paper manufacture. New enterprises. A. In the region of the Kem River. B. In the Kotlas region. C. Archangel region. D. Region of the Luga. E. Kuban. Sugar industry, match industry, manufacture of azotized products, chemical industry, electrotechnical industry, agricultural concessions. 1. Colonization concessions. 2. Improvement concessions. 3. Cultivation of cereals. 4. Concessions for stock raising. 5. Concessions for the construction of refrigerating establishments and elevators. 6. Concessions for harvesting and utilizing medicinal herbs. End of list. Such concessions usually gave the concessionaire monopolistic rights of exploitation over a specified natural resource in a specified district for a definite term of years, at the end of which the government would have the right to repurchase at cost. A number of concessions were soon negotiated. Krupp of Germany and Sinclair of America, for instance, obtained concessions for agricultural development in the Don region. An English syndicate secured a concession to exploit a forest area of more than 200,000 desiatines in the province formerly known as Vᴏʟʟ, now Komi, and others were reported or rumoured. The most interesting were the oil concessions. Russia's petroleum resources, variously estimated at from 8 to 15% of the world's total reserve, inspired keen desire and keener rivalry. Before the Great War, foreign and Russian capitalists had built up flourishing oil industries in the Baku and Grozny districts. These, however, had been nationalized by the Soviet government and assigned to an official trust or governmental monopoly for exploitation before the new economic policy was adopted. Such was the state of affairs when, in April 1920, France and England, represented by Premiers Mitterrand and Lloyd George, signed the celebrated San Remo oil agreement, providing for Anglo-French cooperation in seeking and exploiting oil resources in the Near East, in Romania, in Galicia, and what concerns us chiefly here, in Russia. After the adoption of the new policy by Russia, however, ambitious oil magnates endeavoured to forget the San Remo Pledge of Cooperation and Equal Participation. Indeed, in the spring of 1922, Krassin threw a veritable bombshell into the Genoa Economic Conference by disclosing the fact that the Royal Dutch Shell Combine had been negotiating with the Moscow government for a monopoly of the export of petroleum from Russia. The Royal Dutch Shell, one should explain, was the powerful Anglo-Dutch syndicate headed by Sir Henry Dieterding. Wild rumours echoed through the press of further concessions to be obtained by the British. Indignantly, French and Belgian oil interests vociferated against the grant to the British of oil properties they, French and Belgian capitalists, had owned in pre-war Russia and had lost by Bolshevist nationalisation. So strenuous were the Franco-Belgian protests, it was reported, that Royal Dutch Shell's negotiations fell through, and Dieterding agreed to abide by the policy of cooperation with the French and Belgians in seeking the restoration of their former oil properties and the acquisition of new fields in Russia. Thereupon, the current of petroleum intrigue found less public, subterranean channels, and only an occasional report or rumour leaked into the press regarding the progress of the bidding for Russian oil fields. A visit of Mr. Dodge representing the Standard Oil to Moscow was reported to have failed. A little later, the Sinclair Company was reported to have obtained a concession for large undeveloped oil fields in the Caucasus, Baku region, on condition of floating a loan of $250 million for Russia. Later, however, it was stated that this project, like so many others, had fallen to the ground. An important concession was obtained in 1924 by the W.A. Harriman Company of New York in 1924 for a monopoly of the export of manganese, which is used in the manufacture of steel, from the rich deposits of Georgia, one of the states federated with Soviet Russia. Another interesting grant for exploitation of the Lena goldfields was secured by a British concessionaire in 1925, but American capitalists enjoyed a half interest in the enterprise. Subsection: American Finance and European Independence. The prominence of American concession hunters in the Russian field was but one aspect of the startling development of the United States as the foremost contestant in the game of world finance. The Great War had transformed the United States, as has been said many times, from a debtor into a creditor nation. The close of the war found the governments of Europe indebted to the United States government for war loans and for sundry supplies to the amount of over $10 billion. Despite this huge extension of government credit to Europe, the tide of trade was flowing so strongly toward the United States, and Europe was so direly in need of funds for industrial as well as public purposes, that American bankers continued to make loans, and American investors continued to buy bonds at a rate unparalleled in history. It was estimated that $1 billion worth of foreign securities, chiefly European, were being purchased in the United States each year in the post-war period. In 1925, estimates published by the Department of Commerce indicated that private American investors had purchased $1,665 million in European government bonds or government-guaranteed securities, besides putting $450 million into industrial securities and direct investments. During the year 1925, American purchases of European securities amounted to about $610 million, and of other foreign securities about $660 million. J.P. Morgan and Company rescued the declining franc by lending $100 million to France, and the same firm headed a syndicate which placed in the United States half of the international loan extended to Germany in accordance with the Dawes Plan in 1924. That Europe's need and America's affluence gave American financiers no small power in European affairs became increasingly obvious, for American bankers could grant or withhold loans. It was this consideration that gave Mr. Thomas Lamont such decisive though unofficial authority in the London negotiations regarding the Dawes Plan in 1924, and led some observers to believe that Wall Street held in its hand the destinies of the Old World. European observers, too, were aware of, and prone to exaggerate, America's overshadowing economic power. The fear that had once led the German emperor to talk of the American peril along with the Yellow Peril, the nightmare vision of Baron Sonnino, that astute Italian foreign minister who feared the United States would establish a Pax Americana in quarrelsome Europe, the apprehension expressed in his memoirs by Count Sergei Witte, the famous Russian statesman, that the United States would enthrone itself on the debris of Europe. These and similar fears were revived and intensified in post-war Europe. Not much was said openly, except by an occasional daring historian or publicist, who might allude to the gigantic appetites or the Ausbreitungspolitik of America. Rarely expressed publicly, the apprehension was not less strong that American finance, backed by unrivaled natural resources and immense manpower, had now begun in Europe a peaceful penetration, to be followed by imperialist domination, subtle perhaps, and unavowed, but real. These European fears are natural enough, but, like the nightmares they are, chimerical. Like all nightmares, they leave certain realities out of consideration. One of these realities is that though American finance in post-war years gained great influence in the world, it by no means enjoyed an irresistible power to dominate either its own government or European nations. It could make terms before extending loans, but it could not play the master as England had done in Egypt, or France in Morocco and Tunis, or Japan in Korea. Another reality is European civilization. European nations are too highly industrialized and too highly conscious of nationality to be easily or permanently dominated by a nation of kindred civilization. In a period of political instability, such as prevailed in Eastern Europe after the war, or in times of extreme economic depression, imperialism of a sort is possible at the expense of European states, in proportion to their weakness and instability, but such imperialism, at least as affecting the larger nations, can hardly be more than a very subtle and rarefied imperialism, nor, when financial and political stability are regained, can it long endure. Of greater significance in the long view of events is the striking development of internationalism as a substitute for certain functions of imperialism. The Free City of Danzig and the Saar Basin, both under the control of the League of Nations, were interesting though small-scale experiments in this direction. More important were the experiments in international financial control. First Austria, bankrupt, despairing, and impotent, was taken in hand by the League of Nations and placed under a financial control which stabilized the currency and somewhat revived business confidence, though it did not produce as marked an economic stimulus as might have been desired. Next, Hungary, likewise bankrupt and impotent, instead of falling victim to some imperialist great power, accepted a financial commissioner named by the League of Nations, and rapidly climbed the hard path back to solvency. Then, in 1924, at the recommendation of the Dawes Committee of Experts, the Allies agreed with Germany for the imposition of a somewhat different form of international financial control upon Germany, for the purpose of replacing the worthless paper mark by a stable currency and securing regular payment of reparations without destroying German economic life. The granting of a mortgage on the German railways and a mortgage on German industries to the Allies, the assignment of certain German taxes to the commission appointed by the Allies, the provision for arbitration of disputes, these were highly interesting features, suggestive of the methods whereby recalcitrant or insolvent debtor states could be brought to book without employing such means as England used in Egypt or the United States in Haiti and Santo Domingo. Perhaps such international politico-financial control may be called imperialism, if there be any satisfaction in using the term, but that between the British occupation of Egypt, or the American occupation of Haiti, or the French conquest of Morocco on the one hand, and the international supervision of German, Hungarian, or Austrian finances, there exists a wide gulf of difference few unimpassioned students of world affairs are likely to deny. End of section 1. Section 2 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 4 of 4, by Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 18a, The League and its Mandates, Part 1. Subsection, Secret Treaties or Self-Determination. If Mr. David Lloyd George, then Prime Minister of England, meant what he said on January 5th, 1918, he was uttering a challenge to the whole philosophy of modern imperialism, as well as the policy to which his own government had pursued up to that moment. In defining the war aims of the Allies, he declared that the
principle of national self-determination
was
as applicable
to the German colonies as to the European peoples, for the native chiefs and councils could be consulted as to the representatives of their tribes. Applying the principle of self-determination to African and South Sea tribes was a relatively novel and certainly a revolutionary idea in itself, but Mr. Lloyd George added that the governing consideration should be
to prevent their exploitation for the benefit of European capitalists or governments.
Taken at its face value, this declaration would mean an end of imperialism for the German colonies, and once it had been applied to them, its application to other colonies could not consistently be denied. Self-determination and empire are irreconcilable foes. Why the British Premier made so amazingly radical a statement will be explained in a later paragraph, but first it is interesting to observe how diametrically opposed his utterance was to the policies hitherto pursued by the Allies. By a series of secret treaties and secret agreements, the governments of the Allied powers had arranged, in anticipation of victory, for the division of colonial spoils. France and England had exchanged notes, 1916, providing for the annexation of the former German colonies in Africa. France and Great Britain promised to Italy, by the Secret Treaty of London, April 26, 1915, compensation if they enlarged their possessions in Africa, the compensation being in the form of additions to the Italian colonies in that continent. Moreover, the British Union of South Africa expected to annex German Southwest Africa, which had been occupied by the Boers, and Belgium hoped to share in German East Africa, which troops from Belgian Congo had helped to conquer. As for the German colonies in the Far East, Great Britain in February 1917 had undertaken to support Japan's claims regarding the disposal of German rights in Shantung and the German islands north of the equator.
It being understood that the Japanese government will treat in the same spirit Great Britain's claims to the German islands south of the equator.
France and Russia and Italy assented to this bargain. Thus the German colonies were to be appropriated, without reference to self-determination, and without any thought of preventing exploitation. Not only the German colonies, but also Turkey and Persia were considered legitimate spoils of imperialism. In March 1915, Great Britain and France had promised to Russia a portion of Turkey, including Constantinople, and a free hand in northern Persia, it being agreed that the neutral zone in Persia should be added to the British sphere of influence, and that the claims of France and Great Britain in Turkey should be defined later. Next, by the Secret Treaty of April 26, 1915, the Allies assured Italy that she would have Dodecnesia and her just share in the partition of Turkey, and mentioned the Adalia district of Asia Minor as being earmarked for Italy. Franco-Russian and Anglo-French agreements in the spring of 1916 assigned Turkish Armenia, in addition to Constantinople, to Russia. Syria, Cilicia, and a sphere of influence stretching eastward as far as the Persian border, to France. Mesopotamia, some ports in Palestine, and a broad sphere of influence besides Cyprus, to Great Britain. Italy's just share was more precisely demarcated in 1917, so as to include not only Adalia, but the whole southern coast of Anatolia, and also the province of Smyrna. In sharp contrast to this official, and secret, policy of annexationist imperialism there grew up during the Great War an opposing policy, which explains Lloyd George's speech, and, more important, gave birth to the existing system of colonial mandates. Opposition to imperialism was, of course, no novelty, as the early chapters of this book must have made clear. The significant features of the wartime opposition were the ideas of native self-determination and of internationalism. To trace the development of these ideas would be beyond the scope of this volume, but the anti-imperialist opinions will be of interest in explaining the origin of the mandate system. Footnote: see P.B. Potter, Origin of the System of Mandates, American Political Science Review, November 1922. Walter Russell Batzel, in a book now in preparation, will cover this subject in detail. End footnote. In a vivid little book that was much read in the United States, Mr. Walter Lippmann, as early as 1915, reminded a forgetful public that the real stakes of diplomacy were being ignored by pacifists. They will not face the fact that the diplomatic struggle, the armed peace, and the war itself revolves about the exploitation of weak territories. The task of internationalism, he concluded, was to destroy the imperialist theory that a businessman must rely on his home government for support when he ventures into backward areas. This is the central nerve of imperialism, and our business is to excise it. The method he recommended was ingenious. European conferences such as the Algeciras Conference on Morocco should not be disbanded when they adopted a treaty, but should continue in existence as a kind of senate meeting from time to time, and supervising the administration of the treaty. Ultimately, there would be one of these continuing conferences or international senates for each of the sore spots where world crises originate, acting as a sort of upper house, while a native assembly would constitute the lower house. Colonial administration would gradually become internationalized. Men going into backward countries would look to these new institutions, rather than to their home governments, for protection. There would no longer be need of armed interventions and crises, and competitive imperialism would be deprived of its excuse and its stimulus. In England, somewhat similar proposals were made. Mr. J. A. Hobson, eminent economist and anti-imperialist, felt as Mr. Lippmann did that the provisions of the Algeciras Act for international regulation of administration in Morocco indicated a direction in which a solution might be sought. Footnote: his book on imperialism is the classic indictment of imperialist doctrines and practices. End footnote. He suggested that under the supervision of an international council, an individual nation might be given the right of intervention and even of political control in a backward country under an express agreement to preserve the open door. This sort of proposal had firm historic roots in the Morocco negotiations of 1906. Secretary Root, in correspondence about Morocco at the time, had referred to France and Spain as mandatories, and Roosevelt had used the term mandate. The name, as well as the idea, can be traced back at least that far, and perhaps something analogous to the idea may be found in the Berlin Act of 1885, placing the Congo Basin under certain international restrictions and prescribing, in particular, the open door. But to return to English ideas during the Great War, we find Mr. Philip Kerr, editor of the Round Table, speaking in 1916 of trusteeship and tutelage as the proper relationship between colonies and their possessors. Kerr and other British students interested in imperial problems, a group of writers often known as the Round Table Group, were probably a very important link in the chain that leads to the mandate system. The idea of international control of colonies was given greater popular vogue through the Memorandum on War Aims adopted by the Executive Committee of the British Labour Party in August 1917. Condemning imperialism roundly, it proposed that all Central Africa from sea to sea and from the Zambezi to the Sahara, including the Belgian, British and French colonies, and Liberia, as well as the conquered German protectorates, should be administered by an impartial commission with its own trained staff, under the authority of the League of Nations that was to be established. There should be an open door for international trade, and the natives should be specially protected against expropriation and exploitation. Criticising this program of international administration as impracticable, the Independent Labour Party published a declaration toward the end of the same month, suggesting in place of direct international administration a plan of delegating the government of colonies to individual European states under the supervision of an international commission. In somewhat modified form, these conceptions found their place in the Declaration of War Aims adopted by the Inter-Allied Labour Conference, which met in London in February 1918. The representatives of labour organisations and socialist parties in most of the Allied countries put themselves on record in this declaration as favouring the frank abandonment of every form of imperialism. The colonies of all the belligerents in tropical Africa should be placed under a system of control established by international agreement under the League of Nations and maintained by its guarantee, which, whilst respecting national sovereignty, would be alike inspired by broad conceptions of economic freedom and concern to safeguard the rights of the natives. In particular, this system would take account of the wishes of the natives. It would defend their rights as regards land ownership, and it would devote all colonial revenues to the well-being of the colonies themselves. Premier Lloyd George's speech of January 5, 1918, should be seen in this setting. It was made after the British Labour Party had been committed to its anti-imperialist platform. The clever Welsh statesman was endeavouring to dispel the idea that the Allies were fighting for the fulfilment of imperialist secret treaties which had been published that winter. Yet he did not abrogate the treaties. More sincere, but even less specific, was the principle laid down by President Wilson in point 5 of his 14-point speech, January 8, 1918. 5. A free, open-minded and absolutely impartial adjustment of all colonial claims based upon a strict observance of the principle that in determining all such questions of sovereignty, the interests of the populations concerned must have equal weight with the equitable claims of the government whose title is to be determined. Between the lines, one can easily read two conceptions characteristic of Wilsonian policy, namely, his earnest desire to prevent the peace settlement from becoming a sordid division of spoils, and his hatred, often expressed before 1918, of imperialist greed and exploitation. Yet the vagueness of point 5 shows how far he was from any specific plan for a mandate system. His first draft of the Covenant, made in the summer of 1918, contained no provision for such a system. Subsection: President Wilson and the Mandate System. The mandate system was in reality a compromise between the imperialist secret treaties mentioned above and the liberal anti-imperialist ideas of which a few illustrations have been given. The form of the compromise was suggested to Wilson's mind by a pamphlet written in December 1918 by General Jan Smuts of South Africa, and therefore General Smuts has been regarded as the father of the mandate system. Yet the fundamental idea was not the exclusive invention of the South African statesman. He was certainly familiar with the theories of the Round Table Group and the proposals of British Labour, and perhaps was more of a transmitter than an inventor in this matter. Curiously enough, too, Wilson might have met with the idea among his own advisers. Walter Lippmann, whose book has been mentioned, was prominent in the House inquiry which prepared data for the President on war aims and peace terms. George Lewis Beer, who served on this inquiry as an expert on African problems, wrote a confidential memorandum on Mesopotamia for the United States government in December 1918, suggesting that backward regions such as Mesopotamia might be
entrusted by international mandate to one state,
and that
there should be embodied in the deed of trust most rigid safeguards to protect the native population from exploitation, and also to ensure that the interests of other foreign states are not injured.
General Smuts proposed that the territories formerly belonging to Russia, Austria-Hungary, and Turkey should be placed under the authority of the League of Nations, which could then delegate its authority over any given area to some other state whom it may appoint as its agent or mandatory, subject to the restrictions specified by the League in a special act or charter, and subject also to the rule that, whenever possible, the agent or mandatory so appointed shall be nominated or approved by the autonomous people or territory. Though he here suggests the name and the mechanism, General Smuts had no intention of applying the mandate system to the former German colonies in Africa and the Pacific, nor should one expect him to, for he was one of the leading Boer imperialists and intended that German Southwest Africa and German East Africa should be annexed by their Boer and British conquerors. President Wilson, having read the Smuts Plan, incorporated the provisions for mandates in his second draft of the Covenant, which was printed and distributed in January 1919. While adopting most of the Smuts provisions, even to the wording, Wilson made significant changes. He omitted Russia and included the former German colonies along with the former Austro-Hungarian and Turkish possessions. He strengthened the provisions for the League's authority over mandates. No weak compromise, but a genuine system of League control was to be established. Had this conception of the mandate system prevailed, many of the ambiguities and uncertainties which now embarrass the organisation would have been avoided. Between the Wilson Plan for mandates and the Allied secret treaties there was a first battle, then a compromise, at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919. Forgetful of his year-old pledge regarding the self-determination of the German colonies, the nimble-witted Mr. Lloyd George fired the first gun in the battle in the Supreme Council on January 23rd, by proposing that the colonial spoils, in Africa, the Near East and the Pacific, should be divided up at once, even before the urgent problems of European boundaries were considered. Premier Clemenceau of France and Foreign Minister Sonnino of Italy agreed, of course, but President Wilson was opposed. Next day, Lloyd George impressively brought in the Prime Ministers of New Zealand, Australia, South Africa and Canada to demand with his approval the outright annexation of the German colonies which the British dominions had seized during the war. Japan, France and Italy likewise entered their claims based on the secret treaties. President Wilson was adamant. Annexations could not be permitted. The world would say that the great powers first portioned out the helpless parts of the world, and then formed a League of Nations. Frankly, he thought such action would make the League of Nations impossible, and they would have to return to the system of competitive armaments with accumulating debts and the burden of great armies. His determination, more than his eloquence, finally brought the Allies to accept the principle that the German colonies and Turkish territories should be made mandates instead of being annexed. President Wilson's victory in principle was in part undone by the Allies when it came to the details. The wording of the long clauses which were finally inserted into the Versailles Treaty, as Article 22 of the Covenant was, due in the main to General Smuts and Mr. Philip Kerr, who had left the editorship of the Round Table to become Lloyd George's secretary, so a British writer informs us. Under their skillful editing, President Wilson's draft became quite unrecognisable. Its meaning and legal content were whittled down until they almost disappeared, and the fragment that remained was glossed over with brilliant rhetoric. The rhetoric was really charming. Where Wilson had bluntly specified the territories belonging to Austria-Hungary and Turkey and the German colonies, Article 22 used the orotund circumlocution. To those colonies and territories which, as a consequence of the late war, have ceased to be under the sovereignty of the states which formerly governed them, and which are inhabited by peoples not yet able to stand by themselves under the strenuous conditions of the modern world, there should be applied the principle that the well-being and development of such peoples form a sacred trust of civilization, and that the securities for the performance of this trust should be embodied in this covenant. Where Wilson had definitely given the League the sovereign right of ultimate disposal, including the right to appoint either states or an organised agency as mandatories, the right of supervision and intimate control, and the right to receive appeals directly from the mandated area, the well-phrased second paragraph of Article 22 left it uncertain where the ultimate or sovereign authority rested, by whom and how the mandatories should be selected, or how much control the League could exercise. The paragraph reads, "The best method of giving practical effect to this principle is that the tutelage of such peoples should be entrusted to advanced nations who, by reasons of their resources, their experience, or their geographical position, can best undertake this responsibility, and who are willing to accept it, and that this tutelage should be exercised by them as mandatories on behalf of the League. While resources and experience would qualify the greater allies as mandatories, geographical position was inserted to give the inexperienced British dominions the German colonies they desired. The League's role was left ambiguous, so that the allies themselves might appoint themselves as mandatories and enjoy almost the powers that could have been secured by annexations. It may as well be explained in this connection that by Article 119 of the Treaty of Versailles, Germany renounces in favour of the principal allied and associated powers all her rights and titles over her oversea possessions. And similarly, Article 94 of the Turkish Treaty of Sèvres, never ratified, allowed the principal allied powers to draw the boundaries, select the mandatories, and formulate the terms of the mandates for Syria, Mesopotamia, and Palestine. In short, the Allied great powers took the appointment of mandatories and drafting of mandates out of the hands of the League, where Wilson had intended to place it. The League would merely approve the mandatories chosen and the terms formulated by the Allies themselves. Wilson's provision that the mandatory power should be nominated, or at least approved, by the people concerned was applied, in Article 22, only in Mesopotamia, Syria, and Palestine, and in a weakened form. The wishes of these communities must be a principal consideration in the selection of the mandatory. As a matter of fact, the wishes of the people were not consulted, and in the case of Syria, at least, the wishes of the natives were simply ignored, where Wilson would have provided that the League should endeavour to build up in as short a time as possible out of the people or territory under its guardianship a political unit which can take charge of its own affairs, and that the League could hear petitions for independence and at any time release such a people or territory from tutelage. The final text of Article 22 did not mention the right of appeal, nor did it specify whether the League or the interested mandatory power should have the right to decide when the people of the mandated territory have become able to stand alone. The most striking change in the Wilson Plan was the division of the mandates into 3 classes. The purpose of the change was to serve certain definite British interests. If Wilson's plan for the open door in all mandates had been adopted, British South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand would have been in embarrassing straits. Australia and New Zealand desired mandates over the German islands south of the equator, but were determined to close the door to Japanese immigration. British South Africa coveted a mandate over German Southwest Africa, and desired to incorporate that territory into a tariff union with itself, rather than maintain a tariff barrier along the extensive frontier through desert country. But as British South Africa had a protective tariff giving a preferential rebate to British goods, the application of such a tariff to the mandate would violate the open door. Accordingly, Article 22 grouped Southwest Africa and the South Pacific Islands in a separate class, now known as Class C, which can best be administered under the laws of the mandatory as integral portions of its territory. That is, they could be administratively absorbed, and the open door which existed under German rule could now be shut, as it has been. To satisfy French and British desires, Article 22 provided that
other peoples, especially those of Central Africa,
meaning of course simply the German possessions in Central Africa, need not be treated as adolescent nations preparing for independence, but may be administered virtually as ordinary colonies under
conditions which will guarantee the freedom of conscience and religion, subject only to the maintenance of public order and morals, the prohibition of abuses such as the slave trade, the arms traffic, and the liquor traffic, and the prevention of the establishment of fortifications or military and naval bases, and of military training of natives for other than police purposes and the defence of the territory, and will also secure equal opportunities for the trade and commerce of other members of the League.
These are the Class B mandates. Only the Class A mandates were considered to be, as Wilson intended all mandates to be, subject to a provisional tutelage that would end in independence. But Article 22 failed to apply to the Class A mandates, the specific guarantees against violation of the open door or exploitation of the natives. By such ingenious but not ingenuous rephrasing, General Smuts and Mr. Kerr moulded President Wilson's plan of trusteeship under genuine international control into a compromise nearer heart's desire, nearer the imperialist aspirations of the Dominion premiers and of European diplomats. The denaturing of the mandate plan was carried farther on May 7, 1919, when the Big Three made a provisional distribution of the B and C mandates. Great Britain was to have German East Africa, Belgium's claims to a portion being ignored. British South Africa was to have German Southwest Africa. New Zealand would have the German Samoan Islands. The British Empire would secure the phosphate island of Nauru. The other German islands south of the equator went to Australia, and those north of the equator to Japan. France and Great Britain would make a joint recommendation to the League of Nations regarding Togoland and the Cameroons, for the partition of which territories they had already made a secret agreement in 1916. It was also agreed that Great Britain, France, and Italy should appoint a committee to consider the application of Article 13 of the Treaty of London, dated 26th of April 1915, by which Italy had been promised compensation if Britain and France should appropriate the German colonies in Africa. Footnote: subsequently, Italy received additions to Italian Somaliland and Libya at the expense of France, Great Britain, and Egypt. End footnote. It was clear that France and Great Britain intended to carry out their secret treaties so far as possible, despite having accepted the mandate system in principle. The battle at the peace conference between Wilson's conception of trusteeship and European imperialism seemed to have ended in a compromise whereby the Allies thought that they were gaining the substance of annexation under the name and form of mandates. Probably Wilson could have purchased acceptance of his idea at no small a price. He did not, however, obtain merely a name and a hollow form of League control. The principle of trusteeship and the mechanism of League supervision were achievements whose significance and value have become increasingly clear in actual practice. End of section 2. Section 3 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 404, by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 18b, The League and its Mandates, Part 2. Subsection: Establishment of the Mandate System. While the Allies occupied, or continued to occupy and administer the territories over which they expected to receive mandates, there was much hesitation, uncertainty, and delay about putting the provisions of Article 22 into effect. To be sure, a commission appointed by the Allies met in London during the summer of 1919 and drafted terms for the B and C mandates, but France entered a reservation to these terms as regards the recruitment of native troops, and Japan likewise entered a reservation. Footnote: France had been insistent on the right to recruit native troops, whereas Article 22 allowed militarization of the natives only for police purposes and the defense of territory. Confer Infra, page 500. See subsection B Mandates in Africa within this section. End of footnote. The Council of the League, however, postponed action until August 5, 1920. Then it approved a report presented by Monsieur Imos of Belgium regarding the procedure to be followed, that the principal Allied and associated powers, France, Great Britain, Japan, Italy, and the United States, had the right to appoint the mandatories. Monsieur Imos was certain, but he also felt that the
legal title, a mere matter of form perhaps, but one which should be settled,
must be a double title,
one conferred by the principal powers and the other conferred by the League of Nations.
Accordingly, the principal powers should appoint the mandatory and notify the Council, which would then approve the appointment and define the terms of the mandate. But who should draft the terms of the mandate? Article 22 left this to the Council.
If not previously agreed upon by the members of the League.
The Council decided that the principal powers should be allowed to draft or propose the terms of the mandates. This procedure was followed. On December 17, 1920, the Council approved the C mandates. Then ensued a long delay before the B mandates were approved on July 17, 1922, and the A mandates for Palestine and Syria on September 29, 1923. No mandate was ever issued for Mesopotamia. Instead, Great Britain set up an Arab kingdom of Iraq in that area, signed a treaty of alliance and supervision with that kingdom on October 10, 1922, and obtained the approval of the League Council on September 27, 1924, for this method of fulfilling the duties of a mandate. Subsection: American interests. The delays were caused in part, but not exclusively, by the United States. It had been hoped that the United States would assume a mandate and participate in the system. In fact, George Louis Beer, colonial expert of the American Peace Commission at Paris, was to have been the head of the Mandate Division of the League of Nations Secretariat. The Senate, however, was opposed to the acceptance of any mandate and, by withholding the ratification of the Covenant, made it impossible for the United States to enter the League. The United States was soon involved in the mandate question, however, by specific material interests: oils and cables. Oil was the vital question in Mesopotamia and Palestine. On May 12, 1920, an American note was addressed to Great Britain, expressing concern at British actions which had
created the unfortunate impression in the minds of the American public that the authorities of His Majesty's government in the occupied regions have given advantages to British oil interests which were not accorded to American companies, and further, that Great Britain had been preparing quietly for the exclusive control of the oil resources in this region.
A still more vigorous protest was made on July 28th, after it had become known that on April 24, 1920, France and Great Britain had signed the San Remo oil agreement. The agreement provided that Britain would grant to France, at current market rates, 25% of the oil secured by the British government in Mesopotamia, or, if the oil were developed by a private company, France would be allowed to buy 25% of the stock of the company. Such an agreement, the American note declared, would
result in a grave infringement of the mandate principle, which was formulated for the purpose of removing in the future some of the principal causes of international differences.
Lord Curzon tartly replied, on August 9th, that in view of the fact that over 80% of the petroleum production of the world is under American control, and in view of the exertion of American influence to secure cancellation of British oil concessions in Haiti and Costa Rica, the nervousness of American opinion concerning the alleged grasping activities of British oil interests appears singularly unintelligible. As for the principles of the mandate in Mesopotamia, he referred the United States to the League Council. This controversy over oil led the United States government to advance a claim on November 20th to the right as one of the Allied and Associated Powers to a voice in the formation of the mandates. In fact, Secretary Colby requested that the draft mandate forms should be submitted for the United States to consider before being passed on by the League Council. This contention raised interesting problems. It is true that by Article 119 of the Treaty of Versailles, Germany had ceded her colonies to the principal Allied and Associated Powers, and as the United States was the principal associated power, these colonies could not be assigned as B and C mandates without its consent. Article 22 of the same treaty, however, stipulated that the terms of the mandates should be formulated either by the members of the League or by the Council, and the United States belonged in neither of these categories. Moreover, the United States had not ratified the Treaty of Versailles, nor had it yet made any peace treaty with Germany. The whole legal situation was confused because of the non-ratification. As regards the A mandates, Syria, Palestine and Mesopotamia, the position was still more difficult, as the United States had neither declared war on Turkey nor signed the Turkish peace treaty at Sèvres. The Treaty of Sèvres, indeed, specifically authorized the principal Allied powers, among which the United States was not included, to select the mandatories and draft the terms of the mandates for Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia. Regardless of these legal difficulties, the United States persisted in its claims, addressing itself now, by a note of February 21st, 1921, to the Council of the League, besides repeating its demands for equal opportunity in Mesopotamian oil, and for a right to pass on the mandates. America added a new protest against the assignment of the island of Yap to Japan under a sea mandate, for there were important American cable interests in Yap. The negotiations that ensued are too complicated to chronicle, but the results were surprisingly favourable to the United States. The Allied powers consented to discuss the draft B mandates with the United States. American oil companies secured the promise of a quarter interest in Mesopotamian oil. American interests in the Yap cables were safeguarded by a special treaty with Japan in February 1922. And by a series of other treaties with the mandatory powers, the United States secured in a number of the mandates the same rights as members of the League, a pledge that vested American property rights would be respected, and a promise that copies of the annual reports on the administration of the mandates would be sent to the United States. Subsection A Mandates in the Near East. On page 488 there is a map of mandates in the Near East, encompassing the Near East from Turkey down to British Somaliland and Italian Somaliland. The A mandates are the three Arab countries of Syria, Mesopotamia, and Palestine. Their combined populations of about 6.5 million, largely Arabic, represent only a fraction of the Arab race, which is scattered throughout the Arabian Peninsula, North Africa, and other regions. In them, however, the conflict between Anglo-French imperialism and Arab self-determination is most acute. The publicly professed aim of France and Great Britain in Syria and Mesopotamia was to emancipate these lands from Turkish oppression, to encourage and assist in the establishment of native governments,
freely chosen by the populations themselves,
and to recognise these governments. So at least ran the Anglo-French Joint Declaration of November 7th, 1918. In the same spirit, Article 22 of the Covenant stated that these countries
have reached a stage of development where their existence as independent nations can be provisionally recognized, subject to the rendering of administrative advice and assistance by a mandatory until such a time as they are able to stand alone.
Clearly, the A mandates are in theory merely transitional protectorates designed to guide the Arab states into full independence. The French mandate over Syria, including Lebanon, expressly stipulates not only that an organic law or constitution shall be framed in agreement with the native authorities, but also that France shall enact measures to facilitate the progressive development of Syria and the Lebanon as independent states, Article 1. In Palestine, Great Britain has full powers of legislation and administration, but must encourage local autonomy and promote the establishment of the Jewish national home, and the development of self-governing institutions. In Mesopotamia, Great Britain has already established an Arab kingdom, and pledged herself to endeavour to secure its admission into the League of Nations. Certain other general features of the A mandate are worth mentioning. The mandatory is forbidden to interfere with religious liberty, or to discriminate against any of the inhabitants on religious grounds, or to impose its own language through the schools, or to cede to another state any of the mandated territory, or to violate the economic open door, or, in the case of Syria alone, to grant monopolistic concessions for the exploitation of raw materials, or to discriminate against citizens of other members of the League in the granting of concessions. These are liberal provisions, far in advance of the principles applied in many a colony or protectorate not subject to a mandate. The most important and the least successful of the A mandates is Syria. The difficulty has been the costly failure of the French in this case to cope with Arab sentiment. Syria had been freed from the Turks toward the close of the Great War by British and Arab troops, and with British consent an Arab prince, Faisal, had established himself in Damascus as virtual ruler of Syria. Indeed, the French foreign minister, Monsieur Pichon, admitted that Faisal had the support of a majority of the population. A commission of investigation sent to Syria by President Wilson during the peace conference discovered the prevalent desire on the part of the Syrian people was for independence and a union with other Arab lands. As a mandatory, they preferred United States, or as second choice, Great Britain. Nevertheless, France insisted upon Syria as her share of the Turkish spoils, and in 1919, French troops were sent to replace the British Army of Occupation. The Arab leaders manifested their opposition by holding a Congress of Syrian notables at Damascus in March 1920, and electing Prince Faisal King of Syria and Palestine, and his brother Abdullah they nominated for the crown of Mesopotamia. As Faisal and Abdullah were sons of King Hussein of the Hejaz, the successful consummation of this plan would have meant the confederation of the leading Arab states under Hussein's dynasty. The French, however, were not to be thwarted by Arab kingdoms. General Gouraud, with 90,000 French troops under his command in Syria, peremptorily summoned Faisal to recognise the French mandate. King Faisal complied, but soon afterwards fighting began between his supporters and the French army. Being defeated, Faisal was expelled from Syria, only to be made king of Iraq, Mesopotamia, by the British. This unfortunate beginning handicapped the French from the outset. Having destroyed the Arab government which they found when they came, the French administrators had to build up a new government and seek to overcome native hostility. To satisfy local desires, or possibly to offset Arab nationalism, they divided the country into 5 units. The mountainous area of Lebanon in the south, with its Maronite Christian population, inclined to favour French rule, was enlarged to form Great Lebanon, and given an independent administration and even a national flag of its own, the French tricolour with a cedar imposed on the white ground. Another hill country, southeast of Damascus, inhabited by a religious sect known as the Druzes, was cut off to form the autonomous territory of Jebel Druz. The remainder formed 3 territories, Damascus, Aleppo and Alawite, grouped together as the Federation of Syrian States. Each of these 3 states, it was provided, should have a representative council, which would send 5 delegates to a federal council, which in turn would elect the president of the federation. This system of native authorities was paralleled and controlled by a system of French officials headed by the French High Commissioner appointed by the French Foreign Minister. Later in 1925, because the Arabs did not relish disunity, Damascus and Aleppo were combined in a state of Syria, and the Alawite state received complete autonomy, the federation being dissolved. Before much progress could be made with this new form of government, the whole situation was altered by a serious Syrian rebellion. A radical French cabinet, the Hériot cabinet, made the mistake of appointing as High Commissioner a certain General Sarraille, whose anti-clericalism antagonized the only important pro-French element in Syria, that is, the Christian minority, and whose arbitrary conduct in other matters angered other groups. Rebellion flared up among the Druzes. Sarraille's efforts to restore order by having his troops burn down native villages and bombard the city of Damascus only made matters worse. The rebellion spread to other parts of Syria. In dismay, the authorities at Paris recalled General Sarraille, promised a reform of the constitutional laws, and sent reinforcements to the Army of Occupation. The new governor, de Jouvenel, endeavoured by conciliatory methods to persuade the rebels to lay down their arms. Syrian Arab nationalists demanded the reunification of Syria under a nationalist government, and some suggested that France should imitate the policy Britain had pursued in Mesopotamia. The Syrian revolt was a severe test of the mandate system. Would the Mandate Commission have the courage to call France to account for maladministration? It did. France was requested to make a special report on the insurrection. After considering the report and hearing the explanations offered by the French delegate, the Mandates Commission politely announced that the French report does not fulfill expectations. In courteous but candid terms, the Commission censured General Sarraille for allowing Captain Carbier, French administrator of Jebel Druz, to introduce hasty reforms regarding land tenure and public works in violation of the agreement one of Sarraille's predecessors had made with the Druze chiefs to respect their autonomy. The Commission scored Carbier for his
abuses of authority,
Saraya for his
obstinacy,
and breaches of faith with the Druses, and French administration in general for its
oscillations
of policy and its tendency to substitute direct rule for mandatory advice. One of the causes of revolt, the Commission frankly declared, was the subjection of the Druses to
excessive demands in the form of forced labour.
These were
severe criticisms,
as a French imperialist journal admitted. Yet the same journal praised the Commission and recommended that France should loyally carry out the mandate principle and sincerely collaborate with the Commission and the League. In this spirit, the French government made every effort to convince the Commission and the League Council that France intended to prepare Syria for self-government in accordance with the mandate system, rather than practice the old policy of imperialist domination. The conflict between Arab nationalism and French imperialism rendered the French mandate in Syria not only less successful than French rule in certain other colonies, but much more expensive than it should have been. Up to October 21st, 1925, the military expenditures in Syria amounted to 2,465,000,000 francs. Syrian taxes sufficed to pay only a very small fraction of the expense. The French Army of Occupation from 1919 to November 5th, 1925, lost 6,622 men, killed or died. The mandate in Syria was an expensive luxury for the French nation. In Palestine, the British mandatory administration conflicted with Arab nationalism in a more serious and more permanent manner. But the British administration handled the problem more skillfully than their French neighbours. Palestine, like Syria, is an Arab country. Of its total population, by the census of 1922, of 757,000, no fewer than 591,000 were Muslims, and of the 73,000 Christians, many were Arabs. There were only 84,000 Jews. Yet under the establishment of the mandate, Great Britain is to aid in the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, facilitating Jewish immigration, promoting the settlement of Jewish immigrants on the public and wastelands, enabling Jews to acquire Palestinian citizenship, and accepting the Zionist organization as an advisory body on economic, social, and other matters affecting the Jewish settlement. This remarkable project goes back to the historic Balfour Declaration of November 2nd, 1917, pledging the British government to aid the Zionist plan. Of the many influences which brought about that declaration, perhaps the most significant were, first, the desire of British imperialists to secure control of Palestine as a strategic protection for the Suez Canal, and second, the belief that such a declaration would purchase for the Allies valuable influence and financial support of Jews throughout the world. When the Arab inhabitants of Palestine learned that Great Britain was to have a mandate for Palestine, and that the Zionist plan was to be written into the mandate, there were riots and bitter protests. Great Britain, however, pursued her course. A distinguished English Jew, Sir Herbert Samuel, was sent to Palestine as British High Commissioner from 1920 to 1925. The mandate was drafted, submitted to the League Council in December 1920, approved in 1922, and promulgated in 1923. In drafting the mandate and in framing the new government, Great Britain endeavoured to convince the Arabs that civil and religious rights, as individual citizens, were not to be trampled upon. The administration was to be conducted by a High Commissioner with the aid of an Executive Council of officials and a Legislative Council consisting of 10 officials and 12 elected members, of whom 8 were to be Muslims, 2 Jews, and 2 Christians. When the elections were held, however, the Arabs on the whole refrained from voting, and thus caused Sir Herbert Samuel to discard the whole constitution and substitute an appointed official advisory council for the proposed Legislative Council. Passive resistance on the part of the Arabs, however, could not prevent the influx of Jewish immigrants, chiefly from Poland and Eastern Europe, in ever-increasing numbers. By 1925, the number of Jews entering Palestine was 33,801, a startling increase over former years. To be sure, thousands of these incomers found agricultural labour in Palestine unattractive and soon deserted the country. In 1925, no fewer than 2,141 Jewish immigrants forsook the national home. The majority, however, remained to become citizens, establish Jewish private schools, create new Jewish-owned industries, or settle down on farms. The total number of Jews in 1925 was estimated to be 108,000, and of these 3/4 lived in towns, 1/4 on the land. The Arabs faced the prospect, if this process should continue, of seeing the Jews become the dominant element in the business affairs and perhaps also in the intellectual and political life of the country. Could one obliterate national sentiment, language and religious differences, this venture in Palestine might be regarded as an interesting experiment in the economic redemption of an ancient but unprogressive country and in the creation of a multinational state. Certainly new roads were laid, industries founded, wastelands reclaimed, schools built by the hundred, malaria and other diseases reduced. The Mandate administration even protected the scenery by forbidding the erection of ugly advertisements, yet it is not certain that all these benefits will reconcile the Arabs who yearn for Arab government, good or bad. In considering the first annual report of the Palestine Mandate in October 1924, the Mandate Commission of the League drew the attention of the League Council to the difficulty inherent in a mandate which sought to reconcile the fostering of a Jewish national home and the protection of Arab rights in the same small country. Even the wisdom and impartiality of the British administrator could not wholly surmount this difficulty. The Council refused, however, to act on this suggestion, and the British government showed no sign of abandoning the Zionist plan. It is worth noting that the Jewish National Home project applies only to the smaller western part of the area under the Palestine Mandate, Transjordan or Karak, east of the Jordan Valley, an area sparsely populated because so much of it is desert, has been allowed autonomy under an Arab prince, the Emir Abdullah, who rules with the assistance of a British advisor, the support of British aeroplanes and armoured cars, and the aid of a small British subsidy. The most successful of the A mandates is Mesopotamia, now known by its Arabic name Iraq. Even before the war, there were strong British oil, shipping and strategic interests in Lower Mesopotamia. It was no surprise, therefore, when at the outbreak of the war with Turkey in 1914, British troops were landed in that region. Nor was it astonishing that during the war, the British government should have secured from its allies permission to appropriate Mesopotamia and establish a sphere of influence extending about 150 miles north of Baghdad. Not content with these promised gains, however, Premier Lloyd George, soon after the armistice, persuaded Premier Clemenceau that the Mosul oil district, still farther north, should be allotted to Britain rather than to France, although, by the Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1916, it had been earmarked for the latter. The new arrangement hinged on Anglo-French negotiations regarding the share France was to have in Mesopotamian oil, as well as upon British consent to French plans regarding Syria. But at length these negotiations were concluded, and the mandate for Mesopotamia was assigned to Great Britain in the spring of 1920. The terms of the mandate, however, were not submitted to the League of Nations for approval until December 1920, and not until 1924 was the status of Mesopotamia definitely settled. In part, the delay was due to the long oil negotiations with the United States, which have already been reviewed, but it was also due to difficulties in Mesopotamia. In Mesopotamia, as in Syria and in Palestine, there were Arab nationalist leaders who desired union or confederation of the Arab states, and bitterly resented both the breaking up of the Arab area into several mandates and the subjection of their country to British administration. During the years 1919 to 1920, this resentment took the form of a fairly serious Arab rebellion in Mesopotamia. Convinced that the maintenance of an unpopular British administration by crude military methods would be impossible because of the protests of the overburdened British taxpayer if for no other reason, the British government sent Sir Percy Cox to Mesopotamia with orders to conciliate the natives. He promptly appointed an Arab cabinet, with British advisers attached to each ministry, but for a permanent native government a monarch seemed necessary. The choice was none other than Prince Faisal, ex-king of Syria, who had been overthrown by the French. He came to visit, but remained to reign. With a certain amount of proper guidance, an election was held in which 96% of the votes were cast for Faisal as king. Having been duly crowned on August 23, 1921, and installed in office, King Faisal proved a statesmanlike ruler, evincing tact and wisdom, not only in his relations with his subjects, but also in his steady reliance on the help and friendship of His British Majesty's government. With King Faisal, the British drew up a Treaty of Alliance, signed October 10, 1922, which contained the provisions that would otherwise have been incorporated into a mandate. Religious freedom, the use of native languages in schools, the rights of minorities, the open door, are guaranteed as in an ordinary mandate. Footnote: as regards taxation, commerce, navigations, exercise of industries or professions, treatment of shipping and aircraft, for all members of the League and other powers with which Great Britain may make treaties promising privileges equal to those of League members, the circumlocution refers to the United States, it is significant that there is no clause on monopolistic concessions. End of footnote. Great Britain undertakes to provide the Kingdom of Iraq with advice and assistance, including military and financial aid, while on the other hand Iraq agrees to be guided by the advice of the British High Commissioner on all important matters affecting the international and financial obligations and interests of His Britannic Majesty. By a supplementary agreement, the number of British officials and their salaries were fixed. This relationship is pretty clearly what the provisions of Article 22 of the Covenant intended for A mandates. No less in harmony with the Covenant was the provision in the Iraq Treaty that Great Britain will use her good officers to secure admission of Iraq into the League of Nations as soon as possible, thereby terminating the treaty and the mandatory tutelage. If Iraq should not be admitted to the League, the treaty would remain in force 20 years. By a subsequent agreement in 1923, the 20-year term was reduced to 4, dating from the ratification of peace with Turkey, and therefore expiring in 1928. In 1925, however, in order to secure Mosul under the terms of the League Council's decision, Great Britain agreed to renew for 25 years her treaty obligations toward Iraq, or in other words, to prolong the mandatory relationship for 25 years, subject to the possibility that it might be ended earlier by the admission of Iraq to the League. This method of fulfilling the principal mandatory trusteeship was approved by the League, although no mandate charter has been issued, as in other cases. On September 27, 1924, the Council of the League accepted the Iraq Treaty, with supplementary British pledges, as giving effect to Article 22 of the Covenant, it being understood that an annual report would be made on this, as on other mandates, that the terms should not be altered save with the Council's consent, and that British obligations should terminate when Iraq enters the League. To reassure British critics who were fearful lest the prolongation of the British mandate to the year 1950 might commit Great Britain to an expensive obligation, Premier Baldwin predicted that the mandate would probably expire, by the method indicated, before the maximum of 25 years had elapsed, and, he explained, Great Britain was not required to spend money or to keep troops in Iraq, but merely to lend cooperation and advice. As a matter of fact, it was estimated in 1925 that Great Britain had spent £150 million on the occupation and administration of Mesopotamia, and it was still expending more than £4 million per annum, although the British Army of Occupation had been reduced to some air squadrons and 1 battalion of infantry. The return on the investment must depend on the future development of the country. Probably British political influence aided the British-controlled Turkish Petroleum Company to secure its concessions in 1925 for exclusive prospecting rights, but the company's profits will depend on the settlement of the Mosul boundary dispute with Turkey, and upon the success of the prospecting, and upon the drilling of oil wells and the construction of a pipeline to the Syrian coast. Cotton and grain likewise are potential assets, and are being cultivated on an ever-increasing irrigated area. Yet these also depend on the extension of irrigation, as well as upon the general conditions in Iraq. On the other hand, British taxpayers may possibly derive some satisfaction from the knowledge that on the whole British administration has been remarkably successful, under difficult circumstances, in establishing a friendly and apparently stable native government, in extending the railway system, in encouraging agriculture, in laying foundations for a modern educational system, in providing hospital facilities and combating epidemics, despite the fact that such humane reforms and economic enterprises have been sadly handicapped by the paucity of funds left after defraying the heavy military expenses. Subsection B mandates in Central Africa. 6 B mandates were carved out of 3 former German colonies as follows. Togoland into British Togoland, 12,600 square miles, 185,000 people. French Togoland, 22,000 square miles, 747,000 people. Cameroon into British Cameroons, 31,000 square miles, 550,000 people. French Cameroon, 166,489 square miles, not including 107,000 square miles which had been ceded from French Equatorial Africa to German Cameroon in 1911 and were simply reincorporated into French Equatorial Africa. 2,771,000 people. German East Africa into Tanganyika Territory, British, 365,000 square miles, 4,125,000 people. Rwanda-Urundi, Belgium, 21,235 square miles, 3 million people. It will be noticed that France secured most of Togoland and Cameroon, the western colonies, whereas Great Britain took German East Africa. Belgium, indignant at being ignored in the first distribution of mandates, persuaded the British to relinquish the northwestern corner of East Africa, which Belgian Congolese troops had occupied. This district, by the way, is much more important in population and productivity than its small area would indicate, for it includes some of the finest African highlands, where cattle are plentiful. Between the Arab A mandates and these B mandates there is a world of difference. The latter are without exception tropical lands. Much of their surface is covered by the dense equatorial jungle and drenched by tropical rains. Their inhabitants are uncivilized Negroes, ranging in culture, or lack of it, from the cattle-growing tribesmen to forest savages. Obviously there can be no national self-determination here, as in the case of the Arabs. Mandates in this case must not mean transitional tutelage over adolescent nations, but must give the mandatory power, full powers of administration and legislation, to govern the country as an integral part of the mandatory's territory. As a matter of fact, the policy has been generally pursued of governing through the native tribal chieftains, wherever possible, as the British report on Togoland for 1923 declares.
The general policy adopted since the British occupation has been to support native rule and rulers.
The Belgian report for 1924 contains the interesting statement, "The chiefs are the pivot of native policy. The importance of their role is of the first order, and a wise organization of chieftainships is the most potent means of action one can have. Where the chief is won over to European influence, just and respected, progress is rapid, order assured. Where the chief is hostile, tyrannical, or without authority, our influence on the population is, on the contrary, very ineffective. In some cases the chiefs are allowed to collect the taxes, turning over a certain percentage to the central administration, or are used as agents to recruit native labour, and quite generally they are entrusted with the local administration, subject of course to the laws of the colony, and the advice or orders of the white officials. So strongly do the British prefer this method, that where no prominent native chiefs exist, they discover them, and deliberately build up their authority. This, indeed, is done in other British West African colonies, as well as in the mandates, but it is fairly characteristic of the problem of government in the mandates. Otherwise one must install white officials, and it is not easy to provide a sufficient number in torrid colonies. In regions where the native villages have no tribal organizations, direct administration is necessary, but even so, the lower administrative ranks are filled by natives. The prime difference between a bee mandate and an ordinary colony is that in the former the administration is more definitely responsible before the world for a just and beneficent policy toward the natives. The very terms of the mandates prescribe explicitly that the mandatory must abolish slavery as soon as possible, suppress the slave trade, exercise a strict control over the arms and liquor traffic, prohibit compulsory labour except for essential public works, and supervise labour contracts so as to protect the natives from exploitation. Accordingly, the mandatories have prohibited the slave traffic and abolished slavery in law, although in some cases the institution of domestic slavery among the natives is too firmly rooted to be at once eradicated. Fairly elaborate laws regulating the terms of native labour contracts have been promulgated. The importation of arms and distilled liquor is usually restricted rigorously. It is interesting, for Americans, to note that the French policy is to promote the consumption of hygienic beverages such as wines and beer instead of the deadly whiskey, gin and rum. The mandates also forbid the raising of native troops except for local police purposes and for the defence of the territory. On this point, however, the French were so insistently dissatisfied that in the French mandates a clause is added allowing these native troops to be used elsewhere, in Europe for example, in the event of a general war to repel an attack or for defence of territory. Despite the importance which France attached to this permission, the reports show only 1,017 native soldiers in French Cameroon, and 455 in French Togo for 1923 through 1924. The most important issues affecting the welfare of the natives are hygiene, education and missionary work, land and labour. In the first of these, the mandatories seem eager to make as good a showing as the expense of sending doctors to Africa will allow. For instance, the French in 1922 boasted of having administered 200,000 vaccinations in Cameroon. Missions enjoy a guaranteed religious freedom and are conducting most of what educational work there is, and it is little enough. In French Cameroon, for example, there were, in 1924, some 4,700 natives attending mission schools and 3,300 attending government schools, or less than 3 students per every 1,000 of population, about the same ratio that prevails in the neighbouring French colony of Equatorial Africa. It is a difficult problem, made more difficult by the impossibility of securing or paying adequate numbers of teachers, native or white. As for the land problem, to guard against the expropriation of the natives that has been so grave an evil in colonies like Kenya and Congo, the mandates bind the mandatories to respect the rights and safeguard the interests of the native population. Since the natives have no conception of individual real property, it is not a simple matter. In the French mandates, an attempt seems to have been made to establish European ideas of land ownership immediately by the drastic measures of declaring the private domain of the state to include all vacant lands, and even lands around native villages, utilised but not owned by the villagers, and, by the way, all lands formerly owned by Germany. These lands the government could sell or lease to individuals or companies. Obviously, much will depend upon the spirit in which the administration deals with the question, whether too large a portion of these lands are assigned to concessionaires. On the other hand, to protect individual native properties, the French are endeavouring to have the natives register or matriculate their lands. In Tanganyika, the British have declared all lands to be public lands, which may be granted to planters for 99 years' use, but not sold outright. How such measures will work out in practice is not yet clear, except insofar as the desire of the mandatories to make unimpeachable reports may afford a reason for predicting a policy of safeguarding native interests. The mandate provision against compulsory labour is the most significant, as in many African colonies the natives have been forced to work for government or private interests, sometimes in lieu of other taxation, sometimes for wages that scarcely concealed the resemblance of forced labour to slavery. The mandatories may employ forced labour only on essential public works, and with adequate remuneration. In some cases, a labour on public works, e.g. railways and roads, is required as a form of taxation or corvée. In French Togo, 4 days a year. In French Cameroon, 10 days. In Tanganyika, long enough to earn the amount of the hut tax in money. Footnote: the British Report on Labour in the Tanganyika Territory, 1926, is particularly detailed and illuminating. End footnote. Forced labour for private plantations or other private enterprises, however, is not allowed according to the letter of the law, yet in some regions where native chiefs or village headmen recruit young Negroes to become contract labourers, that is, to work under contract for a certain number of weeks or months, it is practically inevitable that an element of compulsion will enter into the process. The aim is that labour should be free, but it is not always easy to
inspire the native with a taste for work,
in the words of a French report on Cameroon. Any description of the bee mandates would be incomplete without mention of one more typical feature: the detailed guarantee of the open door. For all members of the League, there must be complete economic, commercial, and industrial equality. Concessions for the exploitation of natural resources must be granted without distinction of nationality, and monopolistic concessions are prohibited. For commerce, the open door is so genuine that until 1924, England had a larger share than France of the market in French Cameroon. Concessions, on the other hand, quite naturally tend to be sought by, and granted to, subjects of the mandatory power more than by foreigners. Nevertheless, it may be fairly said that the open door is a reality. The fact is more interesting in view of the cost of the mandates to the mandatories. In Tanganyika and British Cameroons, there have been regular deficits to be defrayed by the British taxpayer. Belgium has granted a subsidy of 1,200,000 francs a year to balance the budget of her mandate. Only France has been able to make the taxes collected in the mandates provide a surplus over expenditures in order to accumulate funds for ambitious programs of railway construction and other public works. Subsection: Sea mandates in the South Seas and South Africa. There remain a few other ex-German colonies to be considered, namely Southwest Africa and the Pacific Islands. These were put into a separate class of mandates, as we have seen, for quite specific reasons, because the Australasians wished to exclude the Japanese from the islands in the South Pacific, and because British South Africa wished to incorporate German Southwest Africa into its own administrative and preferential tariff system. In both cases, the open door provision could not be applied. The absence of this provision is one of the principal characteristics of the sea mandates. Another striking characteristic is their relatively small population, less than 750,000 all told, as appears from the following table. South Sea Islands, Japan, 800 square miles, 42,000 people. New Guinea, Australia, 89,000 square miles, 400,000 people. Western Samoa, New Zealand, 1,250 square miles, 38,000 people. Nauru Island, British Empire, 10 square miles, 2,000 people. Southwest Africa, Union of South Africa, 322,000 square miles, 228,000 people. The islands assigned to Japan are hundreds in number, and small in importance, except as cable or radio stations, or as coaling stations and potential naval bases. Yap, which occasioned such controversy between Japan and the United States, and caused so many newspaper readers in 1921 to consult their atlases, is one of these diminutive islands. The insular possessions of Germany south of the equator were appropriated by Great Britain and her dominions, New Zealand taking the strategic but small Samoan Islands, Australia assuming the mandate over New Guinea, former Kaiser Wilhelm's Land, Bismarck Archipelago and German Solomon Islands, and the British Empire in its collective capacity, reserving for itself the microscopic but valuable atoll of Nauru, which produces 200,000 tons of phosphate a year. Of all the islands except Nauru, the chief product is borne by the picturesque coconut palm, the kernels of whose fruit are dried and exported under the trade name copra. Southwest Africa achieved a singular prominence among the sea mandates through the Bondelsvat's rebellion, the culmination of long-standing difficulties between whites and blacks. Under German rule before the Great War, the colony had attracted some 12,000 German settlers, many of whom secured large cattle ranches, while others devoted themselves to business or to operating the profitable diamond mines. German colonisation had created two acute native grievances, for the Hottentots and Bantus resented the occupation of most of their lands by the whites, and they were unwilling to be forced into the position of ill-paid labourers on ranches or in mines.
An exhortation to labour is not popular anywhere, least of all in Southwest Africa, where from time immemorial the Hereros and Hottentots have been the possessors of vast herds of stock and the land they roamed over. Constant wars with the European invader caused the loss of everything, except what the generosity or political acumen of the European left them. One can quite understand their feelings against the farmers who now occupy the land.
Against the Germans there had been a long series of native insurrections, sternly repressed, leaving bitter racial antagonism in their wake. When British South Africa took the country, some 8,000 Germans remained, and thousands of British settlers joined them, 11,000 British by 1921. These white farmers owned almost 500,000 head of cattle and over 1 million head of sheep and goats, whereas the natives had only some 66,000 cattle and 650,000 sheep and goats. The British endeavoured to pursue a more humane policy than their predecessors, in certain respects. They prohibited, for example, the flogging of native servants and labourers by the white farmers. In certain other matters, however, the new masters of the land were severe. Because the whites complained that there were too many hunting dogs killing game, the British administration in 1921 levied a dog tax of £1 for the first dog, 10 for 5 dogs. Many of the natives, of course, were too poor to pay any such tax, and consequently in 4 months, over 100 members of the Wᴏʟʟᴅ tribe were condemned, for non-payment of the tax, to pay a fine of £2 or spend 2 weeks in jail. To obtain the money for tax and fines, the natives would have to work for white ranchers and mine owners. While the dog tax exasperated the natives, there were other grievances too, such as the practice of condemning native vagrants to work, and the fact that natives were not allowed to have branding irons, although they were required to pay 30 shillings for them. As a result,
there was much ill feeling and enmity,
and there were constant reports
that the Hottentots were about to rise against the whites.
One small tribe of Hottentots, the Wᴏʟʟᴅ, did rise in 1922. Somewhat less than 600 warriors, with their women and children, went on the warpath. Against them, the government sent a force of 390 men with machine guns and airplanes, and the planes bombed the rebel camp. About 100 warriors and 2 children were killed. How many were wounded could not be told, because the Hottentots carried their wounded with them in retreat. Thus, rebellion was crushed, and the cattle owned by the tribe were captured or stampeded. When the Assembly of the League met in 1922, a coloured delegate from Haiti ventured to criticise the conduct of South Africa, and the Assembly adopted a resolution expressing its confident hope that the Permanent Mandates Commission would consider the matter and be able to report that satisfactory conditions have been established. Obeying this strong, though courteously worded injunction, the Commission devoted much of its third session in July and August 1923 to discussion of reports which had been received from an investigating commission appointed by South Africa, and to a virtual cross-examination of Major Herbst and Sir Edgar Walton, who appeared in behalf of South Africa. The Commission's report was, in effect, a rebuke to South Africa, and so unwelcome a rebuke that the delegate of that country issued a statement that
"The Commission, I am afraid, has failed altogether to realise the situation in Southwest Africa when the Union of South Africa assumed the responsibility of government."
If the Commission had ever been in South Africa, he declared, it would have been impossible to write such a report.
A report which will, I fear, be read in South Africa with bitter feeling.
Nevertheless, the League Assembly in September 1923 expressed its regret that the satisfactory conditions had not yet been reported in the Wᴏʟʟᴅ district. Under the lash of such international reproof, South Africa took pains, in its next annual report on the mandate, to announce that the objectionable laws had been modified, that most of their cattle had been returned to the Bondels, that rations were being given to the indigent and free medical service to the sick. Moreover, the administrator whose policy had been criticised came in person to the next meeting of the Mandates Commission with a very elaborate and conciliatory report, and with tactful words of praise for the Commission's work. The root of the trouble in southwest Africa, he explained, was the too sudden change from the iron discipline of the Germans to the more lenient policy of the British toward the natives, especially the abolition of flogging. The natives construed British humanitarianism as weakness, and were encouraged in their hope of recovering their ancestral lands. He took pains, however, to show that South Africa had really improved conditions by more humane laws, by setting aside additional lands as native reserves, by promoting education. The Negroes were not being forced to work, but it was hoped that as their wants increased, economic pressure would induce them to seek employment. End of section 3. Section 4 of Imperialism and World Politics by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 18c. The League and its Mandates, Part 3. Subsection. Some Defects. The Wᴏʟʟᴅ affair undoubtedly demonstrated the effectiveness of the weapon of public criticism as wielded by the League of Nations, but it also illustrated one of the fundamental defects in the mandate system. Dissatisfied as it was by the reports transmitted to it by South Africa concerning the rebellion, the League's Permanent Mandate Commission considered itself incompetent to send an investigating commission of its own to Southwest Africa, nor could it summon witnesses from the territory. It could only bring moral pressure to bear by the means of courteous criticism to induce South Africa to supply further information. Again, when the rebellion of 1925 occurred in Syria, the Commission did not dispatch field agents to investigate conditions in Syria, but rather requested France to make a special report on the situation. To supplement the reports of the interested powers, which are, after all, ex parte evidence, the Mandates section of the League prepares dossier of information culled from the press, parliamentary debates, and other sources. Moreover, the experienced colonial experts who sit on the Mandates Commission are not easily hoodwinked. Yet the inability of the League to send out inspectors or investigators whose reports could be set off against those of the interested governments remains a regrettable weakness in the mandatory system. Charged with the responsibility of ensuring administration of the mandates in harmony with the humane principles of the Covenant, the League is nevertheless inadequately equipped with specific powers for the fulfilment of its task. It cannot, or does not, issue orders for the improvement of conditions or injunctions to check objectionable practices. The Mandates Commission feels that it cannot consider petitions, from the Arabs of Palestine, for instance, which question the terms of a mandate, for the terms can be modified only by the Council. If only the Council, on which all the mandatory powers are at present represented, can alter the mandates, and if the Council's decisions must be unanimous under the Covenant, a mandate can hardly be modified without the consent of the mandatory, unless the matter becomes an international dispute likely to lead to rupture, in which case the interested parties would have no vote. It is even less probable that a mandatory power could be deprived of its mandate on account of misgovernment, since the mandatories were selected by the Allied powers rather than by the League. A test case would probably lead to ingenious legal complications. The probability of such a case is, however, very small. Even the Mandates Commission considers the transfer of a mandate a very remote contingency. Still more fundamental is the problem of sovereignty, or of ultimate authority, which Article 22 discreetly evaded. In the Moss Report, 1920, on the fulfilment of the article, the question of the legal title over mandates was lightly regarded as a mere matter of form, perhaps, and it was assumed that in the B and C mandates the mandatory would enjoy a full exercise of sovereignty, subject to the obligations prescribed in the Covenant. The mere matter of form, however, soon appeared to have remarkable practical and material angles. What nationality could be claimed by inhabitants of a mandated territory when applying for passports? If the mandatory power conferred or imposed its own nationality on the inhabitants, the mandate system would be very similar to annexation. On this point, the conclusion was that the inhabitants of a mandate should enjoy a separate nationality, although individuals so desiring could be granted the nationality of the mandatory. The ownership of public lands presented another angle of the problem. Could France treat the public lands in the Cameroon and Togo mandates as French public property? The answer in this case was that such public lands and the budget surpluses must be considered the property of the mandated territory and used for the benefit of that territory. Again, trusteeship was differentiated from annexation. Even more urgent was the practical question whether a mandatory power could guarantee the protection of loans, investments of public and private capital in mandated territories, as it could in its own possessions. The possibility of the revocation, transfer, or termination of a mandate, remote as it might be, was sufficient to act as a deterrent to such investments, and yet investments were urgently needed for the economic development of the mandates. Accordingly, the Council, at the request of the Commission, declared, in September 1925, that financial obligations and vested rights would have the same validity as if the mandatory were sovereign, and that a mandate could not be terminated or transferred unless the Council had been assured in advance that financial obligations would be fulfilled and vested rights respected. The problem of sovereignty again took concrete form in 1925, when the Mandates Commission learned that there was a considerable agitation in South Africa for the eventual incorporation of South West Africa into the Union. The High Commissioner for the Union seemed to believe that South West Africa might in time be given independence, and then a treaty could be arranged whereby the white ruling class would agree to incorporation of the territory as one of the states of the Union. On this problem views differed, but an authoritative member of the Commission expressed the opinion that the spirit of the mandate system would be violated if,
upon the demand of some 10,000 white settlers,
a small minority of the population, the mandated territory were to be annexed. From these instances, it is apparent that the League is not disposed to concede sovereignty to the mandatories. It is even more obvious that the League, with its very limited powers, does not enjoy sovereignty itself. It is still more patent that only in a highly metaphysical sense could one regard sovereignty as being vested in the mandated territories themselves. Perhaps the legal arguments may be left to jurists. The practical difficulties, however, which arise from the vagueness of Article 22, are apparent to any layman, and must be considered as constituting one of the inherent defects of the present mandate system. Subsection: The value of international criticism. The mandate system may be toothless, but it is not bootless. Although under the terms of Article 22, the Mandates Commission has specific authority only to receive and examine the annual reports of the mandatories and to advise the Council on all matters relating to the observance of the mandates. Nevertheless, the work of the Commission has been surprisingly effective and significant. This happy result is due in part to the wisdom which has been displayed in appointing members of the Commission. 5 members are citizens of non-mandatory states and have shown no backwardness in criticizing the mandatories. 4 are citizens of mandatory states, chosen not as national representatives, but as experts on colonial questions. For instance, Sir Frederick Lugard, former British Governor of Nigeria and author of books on Africa, was chosen as an experienced and enlightened colonial administrator, and has evinced admirable detachment in the criticism of British as of other mandates. Unless one has carefully compared the reports and minutes of the Permanent Mandates Commission with the successive reports of the mandatories, it would seem incredible that the power to receive and examine annual reports on the mandates could have been made to mean so much as it does. By means of questionnaires, the Commission has elicited information on topics which the mandatories might have wished to leave untouched. By detailed comments on the annual reports, it has suggested new policies or better methods of achieving desirable ends. It has administered reproof, courteous but unmistakable, to Belgium, France, Britain, or Japan, with no apparent discrimination between great powers and small. And often it gives praise or expresses its appreciation of commendable changes undertaken at its suggestion, no less courteously. The range and spirit of the Commission's work cannot possibly be appreciated without sampling its reports. In commenting on the British report on Cameroons, it draws attention to the unsatisfactory condition of public health and suggests that if it is difficult to secure British doctors, Great Britain should employ doctors of other nationalities. It notes with satisfaction in 1925 that France is paying special attention in Togoland to the development of vocational and agricultural training, a policy which coincides with the views expressed by the Commission last year. It hopes that South Africa will spend more money on native education of a practical kind. It asks to be more informed whether slavery has been abolished in the Transjordan area of the Palestine Mandate, and hopes that more money will be provided for village schools in Palestine. It inquires why there is an increase in the quantity of gin imported into British Cameroons in 1924, and asks that the next report on this area may contain a clear explanation of any definite plan which the mandatory power may have for improving native agricultural methods, for guiding the moral and social evolution of native life, and for suppressing such customs as cannibalism which are repulsive to humanity. It congratulates New Zealand on the constant decrease in the death rate in Samoa, but is concerned to note the very high mortality among prisoners in Belgian Burundi. Belgium is asked to explain whether the labour levy of 42 days' work per year required by native chiefs in the Belgian Mandate, and the further requirements of forced labour for road work, are not inconsistent with the mandate. When it appears that some 6,000 natives are employed in building the Midland Railway in French Cameroon, working a 10-hour day with only one white doctor to care for the sick, and the death rate is about 80 per 1,000, the Commission expresses the desire that France should improve the medical service. South Africa is called upon to give detailed explanations regarding the land legislation in Southwest Africa, to show that the interests of the natives are not being overridden. The Commission has also the function of considering petitions or complaints regarding the administration of mandates, but up to the present time this function has not been fruitful. In 1925, however, it was suggested that its right of receiving petitions be interpreted with sufficient latitude to include memoranda and memorials of all kinds relating to the administration of the mandated territories. It is easy to see how this interpretation might lead to the development of a very important extension of the Commission's activity. Another potential function, it is not much more than that now, is the formulation and recommendation of general colonial policies. At present, of course, it is not difficult to discover behind the queries and comments of the Commission on the annual reports which come before it a set of principles or policies such as the encouragement of native education, improvement of public health, protection of the natives against forced labour and abusive exploitation. A bolder step, however, was proposed in 1925 by Monsieur Ots, the Belgian member, when he suggested that the time had come for the Commission to call to the attention of all the mandatories the danger of making excessive demands upon native labour. The vast programmes of public works, he said, the railways planned to cover enormous distances, the large industries which were being set up, the mining and agricultural exploitation of the country, the new concessions which had to be worked at a profit, all these operations implied at every turn a new and pressing appeal for native labour. The results might be tragic. Natives taken far from their homes to labour on railways, plantations or mines, developed tuberculosis or other diseases. The mortality was alarming. Another member of the Commission pointed out that recent reports showed a decrease of the native population. The Portuguese member thought that alcohol and syphilis, rather than work, caused the high mortality. Monsieur Rappard observed that reliable statistics would tell the story. If they indicated excessive death rates, it would be incumbent upon the administration to explain the reason. Finally, it was agreed that a question to bring out this information should be inserted into a questionnaire. Whether the Mandates Commission issues some general pronouncement on this topic or not, the fact that it can be discussed as it was is significant of the spirit which the mandate system has tended to develop. Whether the Commission issues orders and general rules of policy or not, its criticism of mandate administration is not futile. Whether the jurisdiction of the Commission is legally extended to other colonial possessions or all colonial possessions, or is restricted to the 14 existing mandates, the influence of the system cannot be confined by artificial boundaries. A keen British critic of imperialism, advocating the extension of the mandate system to all subject peoples, wrote the pregnant sentence, "In fact, it is hardly conceivable that the mandate system, if honestly applied, and the old imperialism can exist side by side. That the old imperialism will surrender, or that the 10 nations owning colonies will hasten to place their possessions in the hands of the League in the near future, only the most sanguine internationalist will dare hope. Yet it is true that the old imperialism and the new trusteeship cannot live together in so small a world as ours. The idea of trusteeship, the public criticism of administration in the mandates, and the careful study by the Mandates Commission of specific policies which benefit or injure the natives must inevitably, though perhaps insensibly, influence the administration of the colonies legally outside the mandate sphere, and thus bring imperialism more under the control of humane principles and international public opinion. As the French Minister of Colonies, M. Albert Sarraut, declared in 1923,
"Reforms accomplished in one place will inevitably penetrate elsewhere. Whether we like it or not, colonial questions have ceased to be purely national. They have become international, placed under the eyes of the world."
End of section 4. Section 5 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 4 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 19a, Conclusions, Part 1. Subsection, The Measure of Imperialism. To view modern imperialism in proper perspective, one must in some way sum up the aggregate results of such varied events as the partition of Persia, the conquest of Tunis, the Hawaiian Revolution, the Agadir Crisis, the Riffian Revolt, intervention in Haiti, the Boer War, the 21 Demands, and the 1,001 other episodes that have gone into the making of this chapter in contemporary world history. What these things have meant in terms of human hopes and fears, of cultural enrichment, of spiritual stimulus and strife, no statistics can ever reveal, nor can the historian do much more than guess. One can measure, however, some aspects of imperialism. One can gauge the size of empires, at any rate. 10 imperialist nations of today possess colonies and protectorates which, taken together, are 7 times the size of Europe and half the Earth's total land surface. 600 million human beings, a third of the human race, are directly subject to imperialist domination. Even these figures, astonishingly large as they may appear, are admittedly incomplete. Yet it is problematical whether one should add Norway's recent acquisition of Spitsbergen, or Denmark's colony of Greenland, or Iceland. On the other hand, we have omitted countries such as China, Persia, Turkey, Abyssinia, Afghanistan, and several Latin American states, which have been very definitely affected by imperialism, though at the moment they may be considered independent. If they were included in our totals, we would have 2/3 of the world, with more than 1 billion inhabitants in colonies, protectorates, and backward countries, which have been subject to European, American, or Japanese imperialism. The relative importance of modern imperialist conquests may be suggested by comparing them with achievements which bulk large in conventional histories. Republican France has outdone the warlike Charlemagne. The New World, discovered by Columbus, was less extensive than the realm conquered by modern imperialism. The empire of Julius Caesar was much smaller than that of George V. More extensive than Napoleon's conquests were the territories won for Britain by Cecil Rhodes. A survey of existing empires See Tables 1 and 2, discloses the fact that while in general modern imperialism has accompanied industrialism, the results have not been proportionate to the economic importance or to the size and power of the empire-building nations. The present distribution of colonies can be explained by no simple principle, but only by that complex interweaving of forces which, for want of a better name, we sometimes call chance. While Spain has lost all but a poor remnant of her vast dominions, Portugal, her less powerful neighbour, retains 2 very large African colonies, besides several smaller possessions. Though she ranks 4th on the list of empires, Portugal is unable to develop her colonies or even give them good government, for the mother country is lacking in the industrial and financial resources and the political capacity for large-scale imperialism. Indeed, the Portuguese colonies are being invaded by British and other foreign capital, and are so insecurely held that before 1914, as we have seen in another connection, Great Britain and Germany planned their partition. Holland, too, possesses in the East Indies an empire quite out of proportion to her own magnitude in area, population, or industry. In population, the Dutch Empire ranks 3rd, in commerce 4th, in area 7th. It is doubtful whether the Netherlands could have secured so generous a portion in the 19th century rivalry of world powers, had the East Indies not been inherited as a legacy from the period, centuries ago, when Holland had one of the foremost navies. Belgium has in the Congo an empire even larger, though much less valuable, carved out of virgin territory by a foresighted king before the appetites of the great powers had been thoroughly whetted. Belgium was able to purchase the Congo from her king in 1908, because the rivalry among the great powers permitted none to interfere, but there had been the inference Belgium would have been too weak to defend her claims. In such fashion, Belgium fell heir to a colonial empire larger than either Japan or Italy, or the United States possesses, and almost as large as the one Germany held before the Great War. Tables end at 9 minutes and 18 seconds. Table 1. Present-day colonial empires. Areas. Areas of colonial possessions and protectorates in thousands of square miles. British in Africa, 4,203. In Asia, 2,126. In the Pacific, including Malay Archipelago, Australasia, and all islands of the Pacific, 3,279. In the Americas, 4,008. Total, 13,616. Russian. Asiatic Russia estimated, not including portions of Mongolia occupied by Soviet forces. In Asia, 6,400. Total, 6,400. French, including the Mandates and Algeria, although the latter is in certain matters considered an integral part of France, including also the French zone of the Moroccan Protectorate. In Africa, 3,773. In Asia, 317. In the Pacific, 10. In the Americas, 36. Total, 4,136. Portuguese, in Africa, 927. In Asia, 7. In the Pacific, 1.6. Total, 936. Belgian, in Africa, 931. Total, 931. United States, in Africa, 37. In the Pacific, 122. In the Americas, 752. Total, 911. Dutch, in the Pacific, 734. In the Americas, 55. Total, 789. Italian, in Africa, 780. Total, 780. Spanish, in Africa, 132. Total, 129. Japanese, including Chosen and Port Arthur on the mainland, and Formosa, southern Sakhalin, the Pescadores, and the Mandated Islands in the Pacific. Perhaps one should add the Manchurian sphere of interest. In Asia, 86. In the Pacific, 28. Total, 114. Grand total, 28,742. Table 2. Present-day colonial empires, populations in millions of colonial possessions and protectorates. British in Africa, 65, in Asia, 333, in the Pacific, 8, in the Americas, 11, total 417. French in Africa, 35, in Asia, 23, in the Pacific, less than 1 million, in the Americas, less than 1 million, total 59 million. Dutch in the Pacific, 50, Dutch in the Americas, less than 1 million, total 50. Russian in Asia, 35, total 35. Japanese in Asia, 19, Japanese in the Pacific, 4, total 23. United States in Africa, 1.5, in the Pacific, 11.4, in the Americas, 9, total 22. Belgium in Africa, 11.5, total 11.5. Portuguese in Africa, 8, in the Pacific, less than 1 million, in the Americas, less than 1 million, total 9. Italian in Africa, 1.9, total 2. Spanish in Africa, 1, total 1. Grand total, 630. Table's end. While Portugal, Holland and Belgium have disproportionately large shares, three great powers, Germany, Japan and Italy, were peculiarly unsuccessful in attempting to occupy their proper places in the sun. In the period from 1871 to 1914, Germany was clearly superior to France in power, population, and industrial development. And yet this puissant Germany could obtain hardly more than 1/4 of the colonial area that a weakened and humiliated French Republic was able to appropriate. In population, in commerce, in potential value, the German colonies were not to be compared with those of France or those of Britain. In part this anomaly was due to Bismarck's caution, in part to clumsy diplomacy which enabled France, Russia, Britain and Italy to combine against Germany on colonial questions. The hope of rectifying the situation was one of the will-o'-wisps that German statesmen pursued during the Great War, but the will-o'-wisp vanished.
Somewhere in France.
After 1919, having lost even her former colonies, Germany stood alone among the industrial giants of Europe, the only great power without an empire. Japan's phenomenal rise to power and dramatic entry into the area of world politics might easily give rise to the false impression that the vigorous island empire of the East has made large conquests. As a matter of fact, despite the 3 wars she has fought at 10-year intervals, Japan still stands at the foot of the list as regards the area, and in 5th place as regards the population and commercial value of her colonies. Whereas her population of 60 millions and her rank among the great powers might entitle her, if there were any principles in the matter, to as large an empire as the French, or at least as valuable an empire as the Dutch. To be sure, if we were to include the Japanese sphere of interest in southern Manchuria and eastern Inner Mongolia, Japan's sphere appears less niggardly. And if Japanese imperialists had succeeded in their design of bringing China under Japanese tutelage, as the 21 demands of 1915 stipulated, their empire would have been second only to that of Great Britain. The most striking case is that of Italy, a great power second to none in national pride or imperial ambition, boasting an African empire, Libya, Eritrea and Somaliland, which impressively covers 780,000 square miles as seen on the map, but which includes so much desert land that its total population is less than 2 million souls. Commercially, it is the least valuable of all the 10 empires. If the fascisti have set apart April 21st as a national colonial day, and if in 1926 no less a personage than Il Duce Mussolini himself visited Tripoli with pomp and circumstance, urging Italian emigrants and Italian capital to develop the empire, it is because Italian imperialism is founded less on accomplished facts than on faith which sees populous provinces and prosperous plantations in a parched and unpopulated wilderness. By way of contrast, we turn to the more successful empires of France, Britain, Russia and America. Considering the handicaps under which it laboured, the French Republic has achieved miracles. The dawn of the imperialist age found France weak, isolated, overshadowed by victorious Germany. In shipping, she was inferior to Germany and Britain, and likewise in the heavy industries such as cotton and iron, which have been such dynamic factors in imperialism. But France had francs for investment, and gallant soldiers and explorers, and astute diplomats. Francs paved the way for soldiers in Tunis and Morocco. Soldier explorers penetrated jungles and deserts and prairie, rounding out French Equatorial and French West Africa, and connecting them with French North Africa in one unbroken realm. Other soldiers subdued the large island of Madagascar, and admirals conquered province after province in Indochina. This work was carried on in the 1880s with the consent of Bismarck, who was willing that France should find in Africa compensation for Alsace-Lorraine. After Bismarck's fall, skillful French diplomacy secured Russian, Italian and English support for French aggrandizement. French imperialism was the more successful in its military and diplomatic phases than as regards commerce or colonial settlement. There are only about 500,000 French settlers in French North Africa, although it would be difficult to find a region better suited for French colonization. The distance from the homeland is short, the climate is pleasant, the resources are rich, the native population is not too dense. France has no surplus population to pour into these colonies. As regards commerce, too, the French achievement has been less impressive than one might expect after consulting the map. French North Africa, West Africa, Equatorial Africa, Madagascar, Indochina, the lesser possessions in the Pacific and the Caribbean, and the Syria Mandate make up an empire a third as large as Britain's, 2/3 as large as Asiatic Russia, and 4 times as large as any other, yet the total commerce of this vast domain is barely $1 billion, as compared with the 11 billions of the British possessions. Equatorial Africa and Madagascar are of relatively small value. The important colonies commercially are Algeria, Indochina, Morocco, West Africa, Tunis and Syria, in the order named. But the commerce of Indochina and Syria is not with France. India, Canada, or Australia alone is more important in trade than the entire French colonial empire. The colonial empire of the United States has 50% more commerce than the Empire of France. How far Great Britain has outstripped all competitors appears clearly from the tables given in these pages, whether one takes area or population or commerce as the measure of achievement. The British Empire is greater than the 8 others combined, unless one throws Siberia into the scales, and even then the statement is still true except for area. Much of the empire, to be sure, is a heritage from an earlier age of colonial expansion, but almost half of it has been added by modern imperialism since 1874. The size and commerce of these recent acquisitions outrank those of France, or of any other rival. Table ends at 18 minutes and 58 seconds. Table 3. Commercial value of the chief colonial empires. British 1923 to 1924. Total commerce in millions of dollars, 11,079. Commerce with the mother country in millions of dollars, 3,778. Mother country's share in total commerce of colonies, 34%. American 1923 to 1924. Total commerce in millions of dollars, 1,542. Commerce with the mother country in millions of dollars, 1,194. Mother country's share in total commerce of colonies, 77%. French, 1922. Total commerce in millions of dollars, 906. Commerce with mother country in millions of dollars, 441. Mother country's share in total commerce of colonies, 49%. Dutch, 1924. Total commerce in millions of dollars, 898. Commerce with mother country in millions of dollars, 100, including a generous estimate for Dutch share of Dutch West Indies trade. For the East Indies in 1924, commerce was $860 million, of which the Netherlands enjoyed 8.5%, or 73 millions. Mother country's share in total commerce of colonies, 11%. Japanese 1923, total commerce in millions of dollars, 607. Commerce with mother country in millions of dollars, 430. Mother country's share in total commerce of colonies, 71%. Portuguese 1924, total commerce in millions of dollars, 59. Commerce with mother country in millions of dollars? Data not available. Mother country's share in total commerce of colonies, data not available. Belgian 1924, total commerce in millions of dollars, 44. Commerce with mother country in millions of dollars, 22. Mother country's share in total commerce of colonies, 50%. Italian, 1922 to 23. Total commerce in millions of dollars, 21. Commerce with mother country in millions of dollars, 7. Mother country's share in total commerce of colonies, 33%. Russian, no comparable data. Spanish, no comparable data. End of table. For Britain's preeminent acquisitiveness, several reasons may be suggested without pretending to offer any complete scientific explanation. To begin with, England felt earlier and more keenly than any other great power the economic pressure which imperialism seeks to relieve, the pressure of surplus goods and surplus capital on a temporarily saturated market. Partly as a result of this pressure, and partly because of insularity, British policy was effectively concentrated upon empire. While France and Germany quarrelled over the old Alsace-Lorraine grievance, while Russia and Austria intrigued in the Balkans, while the United States was absorbed in domestic affairs. Moreover, it should be recognised that Great Britain had a more ample supply of capable empire builders, missionaries, overseas traders, and capital to lend or invest than did her rivals. Her navy, too, was unrivalled. Furthermore, British settlers in South Africa and Australasia have been zealous in urging expansion. The overshadowing significance of the British economic empire in southern Asia does not appear from the ordinary map, which shows British territories coloured in a uniform pink or red, apparently well distributed in 3 equivalent groups: Canada and Newfoundland, Africa, and Australasia and India. Such a map gives factitious importance to unpeopled wastes in Australia and northern Canada, and the Sudan, while it conceals the magnitude of India. If a map could show population, it would reveal India as 3/4 of the British Empire. India is by far the greatest market ever acquired as a colony by any industrial empire. In this respect, Britain's Asiatic possessions bulk larger than all British Africa and British America combined. The rounding out of the Indian Empire, and the policy of surrounding India with buffer states, naval bases, and spheres of influence, as well as the policy of vetoing railways which might approach India through Mesopotamia and Persia, through Afghanistan, may be regarded as fairly logical corollaries of the progress of British trade and investment in India. To India should be added the recently magnified importance of rubber plantations and tin in the Malay states, and the Strait settlements, and the British oil interests in southern Persia and Mesopotamia, and British railway building and commerce in the Yangtze Valley, if we would appreciate the importance of southern Asia in Britain's empire. In the partition of Africa, Great Britain secured a peculiarly desirable share. In South Africa and Rhodesia, the British have the diamond and gold mines, and a large area fit for white colonisation. In Egypt, they secured what all modern industrial empires have sought, an important supply of raw cotton, while in East Africa and the Sudan they possess the most promising area in Africa for the future development of cotton plantations. Tanganyika, Nyasaland, Kenya and Uganda are of minor economic importance, but they serve as middle links in the territorial chain connecting South Africa with the Sudan and Egypt, and thus they complete the realisation of Rhodes' project of a Cape to Cairo empire. Nigeria, Gold Coast, and the other British colonies in West Africa are commercially important thanks to cocoa and the oil palm. Great Britain's share of Africa may be only a little larger than that of France, but it is almost twice as populous and of much greater commercial value. There is a world map between pages 520 and 521. The British Empire is shaded burgundy, and telegraph cables are mapped. In Africa and Southern Asia, British imperialism since 1874 has been principally concerned, as the imperialism of other nations in the same period has been concerned, with the economic exploitation of coloured peoples, rather than with white settlement. But at the same time, another sort of British imperialism has been displayed in relation to what are now known as the Dominions: Canada, Newfoundland, Australia, New Zealand, the Union of South Africa. It is significant that with the exception of Natal and the Transvaal, these territories were acquired before the beginning of the period to which this book has been devoted. They were the products of an earlier age of colonisation. No other contemporary empire has anything to compare with them, and the policies applied to them by Great Britain are not applied by other nations, nor are they extended even by Great Britain to her other possessions. Indeed, one of the vital factors in British policy towards these dominions is the cultivation of an imperial patriotism somewhat akin to nationalism, rather than to imperialist domination. Nevertheless, there is an important connection between the dominions and imperialism. The desire to prevent Gladstonian liberalism from bringing about a final rupture between the English-speaking colonies and the mother country was probably uppermost in the minds of many British patriots of the Victorian age, whose efforts to preserve the empire soon blended in with the more aggressive imperialism which they helped to create. To many Englishmen, imperialism means strengthening the ties between England and the Dominions, rather than the exploitation of Asiatic or African possessions. The two varieties of imperialism doubtless strengthened each other, but their methods were, from the very nature of things, quite different. Canada could not be ruled like Egypt, through a Khedive with British advisers. Australian settlers could not be mowed down like dervishes before British machine guns. White colonists insisted on self-government, which is the antithesis of imperialism, for in the strict sense imperialism means the exercise of power, domination. For domination it was necessary to substitute federation or some other form of association. This problem of imperial federation and the whole subject of Britain's relations with the Dominions have been so amply described, discussed, and disputed by publicists and scholars that it would be an impertinence to attempt even a summary in this place. What needs to be emphasised here is the fact that the Dominions are not the British Empire. It is now the fashion to substitute the new term, British Commonwealth of Nations, for the old name, British Empire. But only if one ignores all except the self-governing colonies is the new name more accurate than the old. In addition to the Dominions, there is still the Empire. Most of the Empire, as regards population rather than area, is coloured, and not self-governing. Moreover, the Dominions, as they mature, are being entrusted with a share in the task of governing the subject empire. South Africa and New Zealand and Australia have their mandates and dependencies. In short, there is both a British Commonwealth and a British Empire, and the Commonwealth rules the empire. The imperialist expansion of Russia is not easily compared with that of France or England, because it is difficult to say whether Siberia should be regarded as an integral part of Russia. Had it been separated from Russia by the ocean, perhaps it would have been a Russian Australia. Being contiguous to Russia, it was settled by Russians, chiefly in the late 19th century, and today it is both administratively and racially part of Russia. If we exclude Siberia, and consider only the quite unmistakably imperialist acquisitions made in the period from 1850 to 1914, Russia ranks third, being only less successful than England and France in imperialistic aggrandizement. The following tabular summary is a convenient means of recapitulating Russia's gains. Russian acquisitions 1850 to 1914. Far East, Amur region, part of the Maritime Province and northern Sakhalin. 350,000 square miles, 750,000 people. Central Asia, Turkestan, Bukhara, Khiva, and Trans-Caspian Province, 750,000 square miles, 9 million people. Acquisitions in Cuban and Caucasus region, 50 square miles, population 4 million. Total annexations, 1,150,000 square miles, 13,750,000 people. Spheres of interest in northern Persia, northern Manchuria, and Outer Mongolia. 2,100,000 square miles, 14,500,000 people. Grand total, 3,250,000 square miles, 28,250,000 people. The figures, it must be admitted, are only rough estimates in some cases where no definite statistics exist, but even approximations serve to show the relative importance of the acquisitions. The Bolshevist revolution, of course, has somewhat altered the situation. Northern Persia is no longer a Russian sphere of interest. Outer Mongolia, formerly a sphere of influence, has been occupied by Russian troops and partly Sovietized, although Russia has promised to evacuate it. In northern Manchuria, the Bolshevists have renounced some of the privileges obtained by the Tsar. Yet, they have attempted to control the Chinese Eastern Railway. The Russian dependencies in Central Asia have been given new governments patterned on the Soviet style and allied with, rather than subject to, Muscovite Russia. In a word, while denouncing
capitalistic imperialism,
the Bolshevists have practiced their own sort of red imperialism and have retained most of the Tsarist empire in Asia. It is an empire so large that its economic development is beyond their industrial and financial capacity. Yet, as her economic revival proceeds, Russia may measure up to the task. As Russia colonized and absorbed Siberia, so the United States during the 19th century acquired and colonized vast territories on the North American continent, territories which cannot possibly be considered as colonies, since they are now states in the Federal Union. The settlement of the West is a most important phase of the 19th century expansion of the dominion of the white race. It has been left out of the picture in this study of imperialism, and it cannot be compared with the overseas imperialism of Europe, yet it should not be quite forgotten in this comparative review. The figures given for the American Empire in the accompanying table, Table 4, it must be borne in mind, include only outlying dependencies, and therefore fail to give the true measure of American expansion. Even so, the figures may astonish those who have paid more attention to the anti-imperialist utterances of contemporary American statesmen than to the statistical record of their acquisitions. If one considers merely the outlying territories and possessions which have been won since the Civil War, the American colonial empire is over 700,000 square miles in area, with a population of almost 13 million, and a commerce of almost $7 million. It ranks 9th in area and 7th in population, but 5th in commerce. Table ends at 35 minutes and 21 seconds. Table 4, the Colonial Empire of the United States. Outlying territories, Alaska, 590,884 square miles, 60,000 population, commerce of $88,905. Hawaii, 6,449 square miles, 307,000 population, commerce of $188,541,000. Dependencies, Philippine Islands, 115,026 square miles, 11,076,000 population, commerce of $243,356,000. Puerto Rico, 3,435 square miles, 1,347,000 population, commerce of $172,478,000. Virgin Islands, 132 square miles, 26,000 population, commerce of $2,559,000 in 1923. Samoa, 58 square miles, 8,000 population, commerce of $294,000 in 1923. Guam, 210 square miles, 13,000 population, commerce of $967,000. Wake and Midway Islands, 29 square miles, no population data, no commerce data. Leased territory, Panama Canal Zone, Guantanamo, Fonseca Bay, Corn Island, 527 square miles, 27,000 population. Total possessions, 716,750 square miles. 12,864,000 population. Commerce of $697,100,000. Nominally independent dependencies. Whether these should be included and whether other Latin American countries might also be added must necessarily be a matter of opinion. I have selected the countries which are definitely under a form of control which Europeans might be tempted to describe as a protectorate, quasi-protectorate, or veiled protectorate. Technical classification is difficult if not impossible, but the fact of control is indubitable. Cuba, 44,164 square miles, 3,369,000 population, commerce of $724,595,000. Haiti, 11,072 square miles, 2,045,000 population, commerce of $28,872,000. Dominican Republic, 19,325 square miles, 897,000 population, commerce of $51,843,000. Panama, 33,667 square miles, 443,000 people, commerce of $16,250,000. Nicaragua, 49,200 square miles, 638,000 people, commerce of $21,797,000. Liberia, 36,834 square miles, 1,500,000 people, commerce of $2,528,000 in 1923. Total nominally independent dependencies, 194,262 square miles, 8,892,000 population, commerce of $845,885,000. Grand total, 911,012 square miles, 21,756,000 population, commerce of $1,542,985,000. End of table. But if Canada is part of the British Empire, and if Egypt and Iraq are under British control, then by the same standards, Cuba, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Panama, and Nicaragua are to be reckoned as falling in some degree under the control of the United States, for they are subject to military intervention, which Canada is not. Their foreign affairs are to some extent submitted to American guidance, or at least to an American veto. Their economic life is in considerable measure under American supervision, and they are protected against non-American encroachment quite as genuinely as any French or British protectorate. Liberia may perhaps be added to the list without serious dispute. Some readers would wish to add other Central American republics, or Mexico, or Colombia and Venezuela, but these are excluded for the reason that American intervention in their affairs is less formal, less continuous, less analogous to the protectorates of European imperialism. Taking, then, this fairly conservative list of quasi-dependencies, Cuba, Haiti, Santo Domingo, Panama, Nicaragua, and Liberia, and adding it to the list of territories and possessions, we obtain a grand total that will put the United States colonial empire in 6th place for area and for population, and in 2nd place for commercial value. For a non-aggressive nation, the United States has done remarkably well as compared with rivals candidly intent on imperial expansion. Only Great Britain has done better. Such a review as the foregoing ought to bring out clearly at least the fact that present-day empires are not accurately proportionate to the rank, power, prestige, wealth, or industrial needs of their possessors. Several small countries have more than their share. Italy and Japan have less. Germany has nothing. Britain has a fourth of the world. Nor can one defend this situation on the ground that colonial empires are the reward of enterprise, foresight, and civilizing capacity. If the preceding chapters have shown anything, they must have demonstrated that the present distribution of colonies depends, in the case of Portugal for instance, on explorations that are now almost ancient history. or, as in the case of Belgium, on the enterprise of an individual rather than of a nation, or, as in the case of France, partly on fortunate diplomatic combinations, or, as in the case of Czechoslovakia's lack of colonies, on a nation's being unable to take a hand at the right moment. The very suggestion that empires are a measure of the civilizing capacity of the governing powers needs only to be uttered to be recognized as absurd. Subsection: Does imperialism pay? The problem of marketing surplus goods. How keen and how hazardous the rivalry of imperialist nations will continue to be in the future must depend primarily on what answer the public gives to the question, does imperialism pay? Now that imperialism has almost literally gained the whole world, one may appropriately ask, what shall it profit? What have been its dividends, material and moral? The question is too complex, despite its brevity, to be disposed of neatly in a final formula, or a facile phrase. The answer can be obtained only by summing up the profit and loss account in each of half a dozen departments of activity, combining the net results. An exhaustive study of each item would require more than one volume, and more than a single lifetime. In the end, some of the benefits and evils of imperialism would still be imponderable, and the final judgment would be subjective rather than scientific. No scientific balance can be devised to weigh ships against schools, raw materials against wars, profits against patriotism, civilization against cannibalism. Nevertheless, several of the crucial items can be objectively considered. Indeed, they call for consideration because the facts are so astonishingly at variance with mid-Victorian opinions that still pass as honest currency. The purpose of this and the following sections is to survey what seem to be the most significant of these opinions and facts in relation to the value of imperialism as a solution for the problems of marketing surplus goods, investing surplus capital, relieving surplus population, providing raw materials, and promoting the welfare of the coloured races. First and foremost among the economic arguments advanced by imperialists of the late 19th century, and still widely accepted today, is the vital need of an industrial nation for colonial markets in which to dispose of surplus manufactured goods. If the reader will turn back to Chapter 3, he will find this was the plea of men like Chamberlain and Jules Ferry, of Lugard and Leopold.
What our great industries lack,
said Ferry,
is markets.
And for markets he annexed colonies.
Trade follows the flag.
So the slogan ran, and the conclusion followed that one should raise the flag in Africa, Asia and Malaysia. Nor is the idea dead, though now it is practiced less by flag raising than by the maintenance of discriminating tariffs to monopolize for the mother country the markets of her empire. Statistics are hardly needed to prove that the problem of marketing surplus manufactures is growing more acute as mass production makes headway. To what extent can imperialism solve the problem? The amount of colonial trade is impressive. The total, for the 10 empires listed in Table 3, is over $15 billion, at least a fourth and perhaps almost a third of the international trade of the world. The trade of the dominions and colonies of Great Britain, including India, is $11 billion, 74% of the total trade of the world's colonies. The possessions and protectorates of the United States account for 10%, or $1.5 billion. The French colonies 6%, or about $1 billion. The Dutch 6%, the Japanese 4%, the Belgians 1/3 of 1%, the Portuguese 2/5 of 1%, and the Italians 1/7 of 1%. Each of these imperialist nations is striving to some degree to monopolize the trade of its possessions, though the doctrine of the open door may seem to receive much lip service. In reality, the open door has been swinging shut, in one colony after another, during the last half-century. In the most valuable colonies of France, the door is closed by what is euphemistically styled tariff assimilation. An assimilated colony has, with minor modifications, the same tariff as the mother country. In other words, exports to and imports from France are in general free, whereas against imports from other countries, the high French protective tariff applies. This is tariff discrimination in its purest form, designed to monopolise the colonial market. Algeria was assimilated in 1884, Indochina in 1887, Madagascar in 1897, Tunis in 1898, and so also were minor French colonies in the Western Hemisphere. As the trade of these colonies is 70% of the total commerce of the whole French colonial empire, it is obvious that assimilation is the prevailing French policy. To a few less important colonies such as Senegal, French Guinea and French Oceania, preferential tariffs are applied, admitting French goods at rates of duty less than the rates charged on foreign goods. Japan, like France, pursues the policy of assimilation and has assimilated her chief possessions, namely Formosa, Sakhalin and Korea. Italy has established the preferential rather than assimilated form of tariff discrimination in her African colonies. The United States has assimilated Puerto Rico and Hawaii and established preferential tariffs in the Philippines, Guam and the Virgin Islands. In the British Empire, differential duties were adopted by the self-governing dominions under the name of imperial preference, and preferential rates have also been established in Rhodesia, the British West Indies, Cyprus and Fiji. Portugal practices tariff discrimination except in certain minor colonies. Clearly, the prevalent tendency has been towards discrimination and monopolistic policies. There are, however, some exceptions to the rule. The United States maintains the open door in Samoa, which has little commerce. So does Spain in Spanish Morocco and the Canary Islands. The Netherlands have a tariff for revenue, without discrimination, in the East Indies. Great Britain has refrained from imposing differential tariffs, in general, in the all-important Indian Empire, as well as in the Malay states, many of the minor African and Pacific colonies, and Egypt, which is nominally independent. In several of these cases, Great Britain is pledged by treaty to maintain the open door. France is bound by the Algeciras Act of 1906 to preserve the open door in Morocco. By the Berlin Act of 1885, she is required to afford commercial equality in equatorial Africa, and she applies equal duties also in Somalia, Dahomey, and Ivory Coast. Germany, before she lost her colonies, pursued an open-door policy, which has been modified under the mandate system. It should be noted specially that the open-door provision was deliberately omitted from the sea mandates. It is not an exaggeration to conclude that the prevailing policy is one of discrimination and monopoly, and that the open door is maintained by way of exception to the rule, usually because of treaty obligations, or in minor colonies, or for some special reason. Monopolistic imperialism seems to have been fairly effective in some instances as a means of securing colonial markets. The Philippines in 1900 purchased only 8% of their imports from the United States, but after discriminating tariffs had been applied, the figure rose to 45% in 1913 and 57.5% in 1923. Of Puerto Rico's purchases, about 40% came from the United States in 1899, but 90% in 1924. For Hawaii, the proportion was 89% in 1925. France supplies 63% of Algeria's needs, 65% of the imports of Tunis, and 78% of those of Madagascar. Such percentages are the more impressive when one remembers that colonial trade is increasing more rapidly than world trade. The colonial market expanded by 51% in the decade 1913 to 1923, while the world market was expanding by 22%. On closer examination, however, these facts are less convincing. Discriminating tariffs do not always achieve their purpose. The exceptions are so important that one wonders if there is a rule. To cite only 3 conspicuous instances, Canada purchases only 17% of her imports from Great Britain and 67% from the United States, despite imperial preference. French Indochina, though assimilated to France, buys only 40% from the mother country, and Korea, while under an open-door regime, received 63% of her imports from Japan, whereas after assimilation to Japan in 1920, the percentage was precisely the same in 1922. On the other hand, fairly monopolistic conditions are found in a number of open-door colonies. British exports enjoy 80% of the open Nigerian market, and 54% of India's import trade. while France has a more monopolistic grip on the open-door markets of Morocco, 64%, and Equatorial Africa, 52%, than on the severely protected market of Indochina. A fair conclusion is that colonial tariff policies reserve for the mother country a larger share of the colonial market than she would otherwise have. But they are only one of the factors in the situation, and they are by no means so universally effective as one might expect them to be. The broader question, whether imports follow the flag into colonies, may be attacked in the same manner. As we have seen, numerous colonies buy more than half their imports from their mother countries, but the political fact that they are colonies is not in all cases the reason for the economic preference they show the mother country. If you examine export statistics of the United States, for example, you will find that we enjoy on the average about 20% of the markets of foreign countries, but that we control more than half of the market in our possessions. However, we also control more than half the market in Canada, and in various countries bordering on the Caribbean Sea which are not our dependencies. We monopolise the markets of Canada, Mexico and Colombia more effectively than the market of the Philippines. In short, geographic situation and trade facilities are more important than the flag in directing commerce. Andrew Carnegie once shrewdly observed,
"One of the purest fallacies is that trade follows the flag. Trade follows the lowest price current. If a dealer in any colony wished to buy Union Jacks, he would order them from Britain's worst foe if he could save a sixpence. Trade knows no flag."
Before accepting the steel magnate's view, it is wise to look at the facts still more closely. Belgium supplies 56% of the imports of her own colony, the Congo, and England provides only 11%. But in the British West African colony of Nigeria, Belgium's trade is negligible, whereas the British share is 80%. France supplies only 1% of the imports of India and of the Philippines, and 3 or 4 of Siam's, but she provides 40% of the imports of her own colony, Indochina. Political ownership alone can explain such a discrepancy. Similarly, Great Britain supplies only 2 or 3% of the imports for Indochina and 5% for the Philippines, but 15% for the open Dutch East Indies, 17% for independent Siam, and 53% for British-controlled India. The United States has 55% of the Philippine market, but only 6% of the Indian, 3% of the Indochinese, 6% of the Dutch East Indian, and 3% of the Siamese. Netherlands has only 1% or less of these Far Eastern markets except in the Dutch East Indies, where the Dutch before the war supplied over 30%, and since the war a somewhat smaller, but still substantial portion, 17% in 1923, 8% in 1924. The conclusion must already be clear, though it could be buttressed with any quantity of statistics if necessary, that ownership of a colony does not invariably enable the mother country to monopolise the market for her own surplus goods, but does enable the mother country, as a rule, to enjoy a somewhat larger share of the colonial market than would otherwise be hers. That is to say that by imperialism one gains not the whole trade of a colony, but only a percentage over and above what trade one would have obtained without political possession. Imperialism affords an additional margin of marketing facilities for an industrial nation's goods. How important the margin is can be gauged only by making unscientific assumptions as to how large the market would be if political ownership were in other hands. Instead of attempting so delicate a speculative task, we may more profitably deal with the relative importance of the total colonial market, remembering always that the relative importance of the market is considerably greater than that of the margin. The clearest case, naturally, is that of the British Empire. India, the Dominions and the British colonies provide markets for 2/5, 42% in 1924, 43% in 1925, of Great Britain's exports, but the vast French colonial empire absorbs only 13% of the exports of France, and the outlying territories, dependencies, and protégés of the United States take only 1/9 of the exports of the United States. Belgium alone, or Great Britain alone, is a large consumer of French goods, and therefore more important as a market for France than the whole French colonial empire. The British Dominion of Canada is more valuable as a market to the United States than all the American colonial possessions and protégés. Great Britain is twice, Europe is 5 times as valuable. Holland sells, 1924, about 8 times as much to Germany as to the Dutch East Indies. Belgium in 1923 sold 3 times as much to Argentine, 10 times as much to Holland, and almost 20 times as much to France as to the Belgian colony in which King Albert believes Belgium's future lies. Japan in 1924-25 sold 15% of her exports to Korea and Formosa, but the goodwill of her chief customer, the United States, is 3 times as valuable to her as the possession of these colonies. For the other empires, colonial trade is of still less relative importance. Germany before the war sold to her own colonies about 0.5% of her exports. To get a truer perspective, one should remember that we have been considering, thus far, only external trade. If internal trade within the nation were taken into account, the colonial markets would shrink still further in relative importance. It has been estimated that in the United States, internal traffic is 10 times the volume of the nation's foreign trade. Census figures show that in 1921, for every dollar's worth of domestic manufactures exported across the frontier, $21 worth was consumed at home. For every dollar's worth of goods sold in the United States, about 4 or 5 cents worth was sold to foreign countries, and only a fraction of a cent's worth to the American colonial empire. In the general economy of the nation, then, colonial trade is a small factor. Except in the case of a few outstanding possessions, such as Canada, India, Australia, and the Dutch East Indies, imperialism means merely securing an additional fraction of a market that is relatively small, if not insignificant, as compared with the volume of internal and external trade in general. In no case except that of Britain can the colonial market be considered as a major factor in the export problem, and even Great Britain, if she lost her empire, would be losing not 43% of her external markets, but only the marginal fraction of that 43%, which accrues as the result of political ownership. Against the gain set the cost. Many colonies are operated at a deficit, so far as the government finances are concerned, and the deficit is paid by the taxpayer of the mother country. Most colonies are acquired at a considerable cost, whether in the form of a purchase price or in the form of military and naval expenditures. As one of the chief purposes of armaments, especially of naval armaments, has been to defend colonies against seizure, and to maintain the diplomatic prestige and influence which make colonial acquisitions possible, part of the armaments expenditures of the last half-century must be entered in the debit column of imperialism. Add to that the cost of occasional wars, such as the Russo-Japanese War, and of countless native insurrections, and the charges become so heavy as to cast some doubt on the net value of imperialism, measured in dollars and cents, to the tax-paying public in general. In the case of Italy, and of pre-war Germany, the net result of colonial ventures in Africa cannot be calculated as anything other than a loss. We can push the analysis farther if we recognise that the cost of imperialism falls on the government treasury, hence on the tax-paying public in general, whereas the direct gain for colonial markets is enjoyed by the corporations, firms, and individuals who do business with the colonies. To be sure, the general public may possibly derive an indirect profit through the raising of the level of business prosperity, but since it has been shown that colonial markets are a relatively small item as compared with the volume of internal and general foreign trade, it is at least uncertain in most cases whether the indirect profit outweighs the direct cost to the whole body of taxpayers. To certain branches of industry, however, the colonial market is very important. These are, above all, cotton and iron. The making of cotton cloth is one of the greatest world industries, and it is an industry in which the problem of surplus production is acute. It has been estimated that the cotton goods manufacturers of the United States should export 20% of their output in order to keep their mills running at capacity. In practice, however, the exports do not attain this figure, because world competition in this trade is little short of frenzied. Now it so happens that cotton goods are one of the commodities that can be sold in considerable quantities to colonial populations. For the owners of American cotton mills, colonies are valuable. The conquest of the Philippines, for example, enabled these owners to supplant their British rivals in an important market. Almost 1/5 of the cotton goods surplus exported from the United States is disposed of in the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Hawaii. These possessions are twice as valuable to the cotton industry as to American industry in general. Similarly, French cotton mills market 37% of their exportable surplus in the French colonies, and find in Algeria their largest external market. These colonies, by the way, consume the cheaper grades of cloth, whereas more expensive grades are sold to the United States, Belgium, England, and Germany. Still more dependent on colonial markets is the British cotton industry, which once dominated world markets, but losing its grip on Europe and America, found compensation in Asia and Latin America, and above all in India. In 1913, India was taking 3 billion yards of British cotton cloth a year. Iron vies with cotton as king in world politics, and like cotton seeks colonial markets from which competition can be barred to some extent. The British iron industry, as was indicated in an earlier chapter, found it impossible to keep pace with its American and German competitors in the world market, and fell back more and more on safe colonial consumption. The figures for the decade 1900 to 1910 show what happened. During that period, the exports of British iron and steel, hardware, cutlery, railway rolling stock, tools, ships, and other iron and steel products increased by about £23,500,000. But of this increase, £40 million represented new colonial business. The British colonies, which took 33% of the exports in 1900, took 40% in 1910. Turning to the American iron and steel business, we find that what in the 1880s was still an infant industry, unable to supply domestic demands, swiftly gained in power until it was producing a large surplus that had to be sold or dumped on foreign markets. After the Great War, the amount of the surplus was from 1/4 to 1/3 of the total output. In normal times, only a small fraction of this goes to Europe. Most of it is sold to Canada, Latin America, and the Far East. Fully 1/6 of it goes to American territories, dependencies, and protégés. The general conclusions to be drawn from these facts seem to be: 1. Colonial trade is much more advantageous to a few industries, notably the cotton and iron industries, than to industry in general. 2. It is impossible to calculate the precise indirect gain, if there is any, which accrues to the public through the increased general business prosperity, or to the balance that gain against the direct costs, which are material. But the relative importance of colonial trade as compared with the total volume of internal and external trade is so slight, except in a few cases, as to afford little basis for imperialist oratory of the type made popular by Jules Ferry or Joseph Chamberlain, and to offer little compensation for the risks of war encountered by aggressively imperialist nations. Imperialist propaganda, however, exaggerates the supposed rewards and supports a policy of differential and monopolistic colonial tariffs. The result of such exaggeration is that, for the sake of gaining relatively trifling increments of colonial trade, great nations cheerfully incur heavy colonial and military expenses, and too often deliberately jeopardize their largest markets and the peace of the world. End of section. Section 6 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 4 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 19b, Conclusions, Part 2. Subsection: Investing Surplus Capital. Surplus goods and surplus capital are twin problems born of eminently respectable parents: thrift and profit. Thrift dictates that wage earner and capitalist alike save part of their income. Profit suggests the investment of savings in interest-bearing bonds or profit-bearing stocks, either directly or through savings banks and insurance companies. Thus, the amount of invested capital on which industry must earn an income in normal times is being continually and rapidly increased. This means simply that more goods, and then still more goods, must be produced and sold. If, however, the investment of savings and the increase of production outstrip the growth of population and the rise of the standard of living, you have the problem of surplus goods, which leads to the struggle for colonial and other markets. Or, if markets are not found, to price cutting, losses, and bankruptcies. There is, however, an escape, temporary if not permanent. Accumulating surplus savings of capital may be invested abroad, rather than in overproductive home industries. The export of surplus capital can be a substitute for the export of surplus goods. As a matter of fact, the two are, in a sense, identical, for the export of capital often means merely exporting goods on credit, where one could not get cash. This is the remedy the leading industrial nations have chosen. It is hardly necessary here to repeat the statistics of foreign investments given on an earlier page. Footnote: Confer supra, page 31, and the following one, page 415, page 469, and index. See section 3 of part 1, section 8 of part 3, section 1 of part 4. End of footnote. Nor is it necessary to remind the reader of the aggressive role of investment interests in Egypt, Morocco, China, the Near East, and Latin America. It will be more interesting to discuss 4 controversial aspects of the problem. First, the relation between the flag and the financier. Second, the effect on the colonies and backward countries. Third, the effect on labour at home. Fourth, the effect on the capitalist regime. 1. The association between finance and diplomacy has become intimate for fairly obvious reasons. No government can easily turn a deaf ear to the grievances or the desires of banking, oil and mining syndicates, or of other well-organised investing interests, which can bring to bear upon officialdom all the power of gigantic concentrations of capital, as well as the influence of intelligence and sophistication in international affairs. On the other hand, the diplomat occasionally finds the banker a most useful ally when it is necessary to cement an alliance with loans, or to consolidate a sphere of influence against foreign concession hunters, or to discipline a foreign government by withholding credits. Against this very natural association, which is so well expressed in the now classic phrase, dollar diplomacy, it is equally natural that protests should be uttered, protests based on the economic democrats' instinctive distrust of capitalism, or on the political democrat's fear that his government is being corruptly controlled by Wall Street, or the bourse, or the city, or on the pacifists' well-grounded belief that dollar, franc, sterling, mark, lira, and yen diplomacy has often led to international conflict, or simply on the feeling that, as against the combination of bonds and battleships, the small nations do not get fair play. There is force in these protests, mixed as they may be with passion or prejudice. Yet 2 observations may be made. First, if dollar and diplomacy could be divorced, and if foreign investments were given no political protection, there would still be foreign investments. But, if one may judge by the past, there would be more filibustering, more strongmen of the Diaz type, more subsidized revolutions and counter-revolutions in backward countries. In a word, more anarchy. The other observation is that finance is becoming international to a very significant extent. Witness the Chinese consortium, the reconstruction of Austria and Hungary, the Turkish Petroleum Company, the Katanga copper mines, the African diamond industry. In proportion as the most influential investment interests learn to pursue the international consortium and international syndicate method, the danger to peace will disappear. 2. There may still remain the problem of fair play for the natives of the colony or for a weak and backward nation. That brings us to the second topic. On one hand, it ought to be reasonably clear that, by and large, the investment of surplus capital in a colony or backward country does promote the material development of that country. When capital waves its magic wand over jungles and wilderness, railways, mines, oil wells, cities, plantations, wharves, factories, power plants, telegraphs, and warehouses appear. Of the profits, the native population may at first receive a niggardly share. On the other hand, with material progress are linked the vices, diseases, and problems of modern industrialism. Backward countries such as India go through the Industrial Revolution with its low wages, child labour, excessive working hours, overcrowded slums. Colonies suffer from high mortality rates due to labour conditions unsuited to native physique. The medal has its two faces. Perhaps it is not unduly optimistic to hope that the evils of uncontrolled exploitation and the problems of economic transformation are passing phases which will in time be corrected, as they have been, at least partly, in progressive countries, while the benefits of industrial progress will be more enduring. Let those who will lament the invasion of the Orient by hustling business and noisy machine, or the passing away of tribalism in Africa. Ruskin uttered noble protests against modern industrialism, but he gave lectures in Manchester and Edinburgh, and he received royalties from books printed by modern industrial methods of mass production. 3. A typical Labour attitude toward investment imperialism is expressed in a little red-covered textbook, an outline of modern imperialism, issued by the Plebs League and distributed by the Independent Labour Party for the use in labour colleges in Britain. The writer points out that British capitalism has built in Germany, in Japan, in India, factories which compete with British factories.
Thus capitalism is forever changing customers into competitors.
Colonies and backward countries offer to capitalists new spheres of exploitation, where labour is cheap, unorganised, and unprotected. The products of such native labour, being cheap, compete with those of the mother country,
and cause more lasting and more widespread unemployment and misery there.
Thus the conclusion follows.
The workers of the advanced country who provided the means for the creation of a new competitor suffer a second time, and possibly more terribly than they did from their original and direct exploitation.
Plausible though this argument may sound, it is based on the same false assumption as neo-mercantilism, namely, that the growth of industry in one country necessarily competes with and injures the industry of other countries. There is no need to argue the principle in abstract economics. On this point we have facts. The rise of competing industries in Germany did not impoverish Britain, but made Germany the largest buyer of British goods in pre-war Europe. The development of factory industry in India has not prevented, but rather has helped to cause, the phenomenal increase of India's imports of manufactures, articles wholly or mainly manufactured, from £9,500,000 sterling in 1904 to £15 million sterling in 1910, and to £174,700,000 sterling in 1923-24. India's imports of cotton manufactures increased by 66% in the decade 1913 to 1923. Her imports of cotton piece goods from Great Britain are larger since the war than in 1913. The total sale of British cotton manufactures to India rose from £25 million sterling in 1910 to £38 million sterling in 1913. And to an average of almost £50 million sterling in the years 1920 through 1924. Likewise, India's imports of other manufactures from Britain, especially iron, steel and machinery, increased during the same period. Industrialisation in India means increased production, and therefore increased buying power, and therefore increased imports. India's per capita imports almost doubled between 1913 and 1925. The building of cotton mills in India does mean competition for British mills making the same type of goods. But for British industry in general, it means a larger Indian market. The part may suffer, but the whole gains. Hence, the investment of surplus capital in colonies and backward countries does not necessarily mean increasing unemployment and poverty for labour in the investing countries. The facts so far indicate the reverse for labour as a whole. 4. But, coming to the fourth point, the export of capital does affect the future of capitalism. It has been pointed out that under present conditions, the normal tendency of prosperous industrial nations is to produce surplus goods which are not consumed at home, and surplus capital which cannot be invested at home without reducing the rate of profits or glutting the market with unsaleable goods. Therefore, foreign markets and foreign investments are sought. Marketing surplus goods and investing surplus capital in backward countries and colonies is all very well, so long as those countries and colonies remain backward, there is still much room for surpluses in the building of railways, roads, mills, dams, irrigation canals, and 1,001 other enterprises in Asia and Africa and Latin America. But each such enterprise established by foreign capital will in time produce profits, if it prospers, and of the profits a portion will be available for reinvestment. Infant industries created by foreign capital help to relieve the need for foreign capital. We have seen the process illustrated most strikingly in the United States, once a favourite field for British investments, but now producing its own surpluses and seeking foreign investment fields. India will undoubtedly undergo the same transformation from debtor to creditor, and other borrowing nations, one after another, in proportion as they progress, will cease to be fields for foreign investment and become rivals in exploiting what fields are left. Unless some other solution is found, the gradual transformation of backward countries into surplus-producing countries will cause fiercer competition for markets and for the fewer remaining investment opportunities in backward countries. In other words, economic imperialism will become more intense and more bitterly competitive. Well-informed observers of world affairs have predicted this process. Some socialists add that the outcome will be
the formation of a world consortium, consciously organizing the whole material and labor resources of the world for the benefit of a small oligarchy.
The one fact that is not duly appreciated in such arguments is that there are two safety valves, the birth rate and the standard of living. Backward countries and colonies are not necessities but luxuries for expanding capitalism. Increasing consumption caused by increasing population or by rising standards of living would, without colonies, afford some room for profits and expansion. It is only when consumption lags too far behind production that additional outlets for surpluses are required in backward countries. Fundamentally, economic imperialism is a symptom of overgrown production and excessive profits. Overgrown and excessive, be it explained, only in relation to the domestic requirements of goods for consumption. But the lag between consumption and production may be reduced either by diminishing production or, more comfortably, by increasing consumption until the annual surplus, represented by savings from wages and profits, is normally not much more than sufficient to provide the additional factories, mines, or other productive enterprises needed to satisfy a rising standard of living or an increasing population. More simply, this means more wages and more spending, and less profits and less investing. Less, of course, is only used in a relative sense. The total absolute amount of profits and investment may increase, but the ratio between that amount reinvested and the amount spent must be smaller. One can already discern a tendency in this direction. A continuation of this tendency might quite conceivably reduce the surpluses of capitalism, in measure as economic imperialism becomes impossible. As it becomes more difficult to export surplus capital, the remedy is to spend the surplus. Footnote: compare Foster and Catching's Profits and J.A. Hobson Imperialism in this connection. End footnote. Subsection: surplus population. The value of imperialism as an outlet for surplus population is not difficult to estimate. Germany in the 1880s, and in more recent years Italy and Japan, have been pointed to as countries suffering from the supposed malady of overpopulation. As an excuse or justification for their efforts to gain colonial empires, the surplus population argument has been frequently employed. The conventional view of the situation is that such countries, having more people than can be fed on their restricted areas, must have colonies into which the surplus of hungering human beings may overflow. Imperialism is prescribed as the remedy for overpopulation.
Italy's surplus manpower must emigrate,
declares Mussolini. It is a poor remedy. The colonies Germany obtained during the period from 1884 to 1914 were extensive enough, and in them were many great open spaces, but as outlets for German emigration they were of no importance whatsoever. Germans did not care to go to the German colonies. According to official German statistics, there were only 23,952 Germans in all the German colonies just before the Great War. That was the imposing result of 30 years of imperialism. More than that number of Germans immigrated to the United States in 2 years, 1912 and 1913. Italy has acquired an African empire, which now has somewhat less than 30,000 Italian inhabitants, less than the number of Italian immigrants to the United States in the year 1923 to 1924. New York City contains more Italians, 25 or 26 times more Italians, than the whole Italian colonial empire. Japan annexed Korea in 1910, and 10 years later, the total number of Japanese in the country was 347,850, most of them being in commerce, public service, and industry, rather than in agriculture. In Formosa, there were about 178,000 Japanese in 1922. Imperialism has been a conspicuous failure in providing homes for the surplus inhabitants of Germany, Italy, and Japan. One reason for the failure is that these nations failed to obtain the most desirable territories for colonization. In large part, the best territories have already been appropriated: North America and South America, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Algeria. Japan had to content herself with Sakhalin, which is too cold, and Korea and Formosa, which are more densely peopled than France. Italy obtained regions as arid as they were extensive. Germany secured few regions fit for white settlers, but much jungle and some desert. The more important reason for the failure, however, was economic and social rather than geographical. Germany did not make full use of the colonizable areas she had. Mussolini finds it necessary to urge Italians to go to Libya. Japanese immigrants prefer the United States to Korea as a destination. Immigrants rarely have the capital required to set up plantations in undeveloped territory. Immigrant labourers seek lands where they can make a good living, not wilderness to conquer. To be sure, there are always a few adventurous souls who like to be pioneers, but the masses want high wages, economic opportunities, and comfort. One wonders, after all, just what surplus population is. As compared with Canada's 2.3 inhabitants per square mile, Germany's 328, and Italy's 329, and Japan's 392 may seem excessive. The situation of Japan seems still more grave if one leaves out of consideration the island of Hokkaido, which is too cold to be attractive to Japanese settlers. Perhaps one could obtain a figure of 485 for the density of population in the chief Japanese islands. The population of any country can be made to appear denser by eliminating the barren or uninhabited regions. But even 485 or 500 per square mile appears not very excessive when compared with 479 for Massachusetts, 566 for Rhode Island, 573 for Netherlands, 648 for Belgium, and 701 for England. Netherlands and Belgium are not overpopulated, and though they have colonies, they have few immigrants. To be sure, the soil of either of these countries, and many others, does not suffice to provide food for the population. But it is mere twaddle to talk of overpopulation, simply because the domestic production of food has to be supplemented with imports. Every city imports food. New York City has a population density of almost 21,000 per square mile, yet its people do not starve as a rule. What matters is not the density of the population per square mile, or the acreage of the grain fields, but the ability of the population to buy food from regions where there is ample room for grain fields. And the ability to buy food depends on industrial, commercial, and financial development. Overpopulation is merely economic underdevelopment. 10 million Indians supporting themselves by hunting would probably mean overpopulation in the United States. Yet 100 millions can support themselves in the same area by combining industry, finance, and agriculture. Economic underdevelopment may be due to lack of capital and of modern industrial methods, as in India and China. It may be due to lack of coal and iron and other raw materials. Italy, we know, suffers the handicap of having practically no coal and iron. Japan has coal and iron, but not in large quantity. If the root of the trouble is found in these deficiencies, then the question of surplus population is transformed into the problem of raw materials, to which the next section is devoted. End of section 6. Section 7 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 4 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 19c, Conclusions Part 3. Subsection, Raw Materials and Imperialism.
The fight for raw materials plays the most important part in world politics, an even greater role than before the war.
These are the words of Dr. Schacht, President of the German Reichsbank, as reported in the New York Times of March 26, 1926, and his conclusion was that
Germany's only solution is her acquisition of colonies.
Dr. Heinrich Schnee, former governor of German East Africa, conspicuous since the Great War in the agitation for the restoration of some colonial territory to Germany, has made similar pleas, based on the assumption that great industrial nations need colonies to supply them with raw materials. Fascist Italy must expand or suffocate, Mussolini asserts. France owes her greatness to her colonies, which provide her with raw materials and markets. So we read in a recent book issued under the auspices of the General Staff of the French Navy. Nationalistic monopolies of raw materials, Secretary Hoover warns the world, can set up great malignant currents of international ill will. Some of the reasons which lie behind such statements as these are worth stating and criticising in this discussion, brief as it must be. All important industrial nations have become more and more dependent on imported raw materials. In some cases, it is cheaper to import than to produce the raw materials. That is why England imports Australian wool. In other cases, the domestic supply is inadequate. That is why Italy has to import iron. Often industries are established where they can obtain coal or power, labour and capital, but not the raw materials they require. Such is the situation of the British cotton industry. Or again, an industry may have local supplies of its principal raw materials and still need to import minor but essential ingredients, as the United States steel industry imports chromite from Rhodesia and Cuba. Taken in the aggregate, such imports have reached immense proportions. The value of imported raw materials consumed by the industries of the United States is shown in the following table. 1850. $407,141. 1875, $50,387,008. 1900, $210,391,745. 1925, $1,430,012,763. Great Britain's needs are even greater. In 1900, she used foreign raw materials worth £172 million. In 1924, 400 millions, or $2 billion. France in 1925 imported 29 million francs worth. Germany, 6.25 billion gold marks worth. In short, billions of dollars, francs, marks, lira, yen, and hundreds of millions of pounds sterling are reaching out into the most remote quarters of the earth to secure the ores, the fibres, the gums, which are fed into the hoppers of their factories. The quest for raw materials becomes imperialism when it deals with backward and tropical countries. Sir Frederick Lugard, British Empire builder, writes,
The tropics produce in abundance a class of raw materials and foodstuffs which cannot be grown in the temperate zone, and are so vital to the needs of civilized man that they have in very truth become essential to civilization. It was the realization of this fact, as I have said, which led the nations of Europe to compete for the control of the African tropics.
And not only the African tropics. The process of extending control over tropical sources of raw materials is quite as active in the Americas, Asiatic, and Pacific tropics. One thinks of Cuban sugar and tobacco, Mexican oil, Manila hemp, Indian cotton, Malayan rubber. In tropical countries, the large-scale production of plantation products requires fairly stable and favourable government. Planters want protection for their crops and their persons. Oil men obtain concessions. Their bankers insist on security. How closely this situation is bound up with imperialism must be clear, especially if the reader has scanned the preceding chapters in which the details were set forth. One should add that the same motive is operative also in non-tropical countries which have raw materials without strong and stable governments. Japanese efforts to obtain control of Chinese iron mines and coal fields may perhaps serve as an illustration. The tendency of businessmen actively engaged in obtaining raw materials to ask protection and aid from their own government, and even to demand annexations, meets with a favourable response from the statesmen and the public, insofar as the idea of national wealth is popular. Many a Frenchman, for example, looks on the phosphate mines of French North Africa as an addition to the wealth of his nation. Such material treasures are something the public can visualize, something the statesman can understand. Who can doubt that a colony with rich mines, or a mandate permeated with petroleum, is a prize worth winning, worth quarrelling for, worth fighting for? It requires either sophistication or high-mindedness to entertain such doubts. The altruist denies that war for material gain is ethical. The student of economic imperialism denies that the average Frenchman gains any substantial share in the Tunisian phosphate mines, or the average Englishman in the Kimberley diamond fields. If an Englishman wants an engagement ring, he pays for the diamond as if he were not a fellow countryman of the late Cecil Rhodes. If a Frenchman wants phosphate to fertilise his farm, he buys it at a price, and at approximately the same price that a Spaniard or an Italian would pay. The desire for colonial supplies of raw materials has been stimulated since the peace conference by the inter-allied debt situation and the depression of the European exchanges. It has been argued that France can more easily maintain the franc and meet her obligations if she obtains raw materials from her colonies than if she has to buy them from foreign countries. Prominent British statesmen have applied the same principle to their own debt problems. Premier Baldwin himself has asserted that the more Britain turns to her own dominions for raw materials rather than to America, the better it is for British exchange and for the payment of the British debt to the United States. At a recent conference on international relations, a distinguished Swiss journalist, Dr. William Martin, expressed the opinion that the European countries needed to depend on their colonial resources in order to pay their debts to America. At the impressive British Empire expedition at Wembley, the idea is put in the form of the slogan, "Keep your money in your empire." The intricacies of exchange we cannot enter here, but we may observe that this point of view is exaggerated, to say the least. Except for Great Britain, no European country can expect in the near future to depend on its colonies for the major portion of its raw materials. Italy, England, and France are paying deficits on colonial budgets and investing large sums of capital in colonial debts, railways, and other enterprises. Colonial raw materials have to be paid for, even though in most cases the payment is not made through international exchanges. While Europe is growing more interested in raw material imperialism because of debts to the United States, the latter is being aroused by its Department of Commerce for very different reasons. Secretary Hoover discovered the fact that there are at present governmentally controlled combinations in 9 raw materials, our imports of which, if prices remain at their present level, will cost us about $1,200,000,000 for 1926. Footnote: Egyptian long-staple cotton, camphor, coffee, iodine, nitrates, potash, mercury, rubber, and sisal. See Secretary Hoover's statement in Trade Information Bulletin No. 385, issued by the Department of Commerce. See also Crude Rubber, Coffee, etc., Hearings before the Committee on the Interstate and Foreign Commerce. House of Representatives, 69th Congress, First Session, on House Resolution 59, 1926. End footnote. And there are some 20 or 30 other commodities in the world which could likewise be controlled by action of one government, or by agreement between two governments. The attempt of governments to control prices of such monopolistic supplies raises a host of new dangers. Mr. Hoover believes that it not only threatens the sane progress of the world, but involves great dangers to international goodwill. And he informs us that the department has endeavored to stimulate our industries to provide for themselves independent sources of supply. Above all, the rubber situation aroused Mr. Hoover's ire. Rubber is one of the newcomers in the front rank of raw materials. Although it was used by the Aztecs before Columbus discovered America, it was not consumed in large quantities until the latter part of the 19th century. Charles Goodyear's invention of the vulcanizing process stimulated the industry. Gradually, the use of rubber grew for cables, insulation, rubber shoes, rubber coats, hot water bottles, rubber boots, bicycle and carriage tires. Wild rubber trees and vines in the jungles of the Amazon Valley, of Central America and Mexico, and of Central Africa supplied such demands. But toward the year 1900, the automobile began to come into use, slowly at first, then with amazing rapidity. In the United States, for example, 3,700 automobiles were manufactured in 1899, and 131,000 in 1909, and almost 2 million in 1919. Wild rubber no longer sufficed to provide the tires for the swiftly multiplying number of motorcars. Fortunately for the automobile industry, Sir Henry Wickham had carried rubber seeds from Brazil to London long before the big demand for rubber arose, and the seeds had been planted in Ceylon, British Malaya, India, and the Dutch East Indies. In these colonies, the rubber plantations soon covered millions of acres, and their output soon overshadowed the wild rubber of Brazil and Congo. The following table shows what happened. For table comparing for the years 1905 to 1924, the production of American and African wild rubber, the total plantation rubber from British colonies, plantation rubber for the Dutch East Indies, percentage of plantation rubber produced by the British, and average price per pound of rubber in cents, see page 547. In the early years of the 20th century, before the plantations were producing, the price of fine para rubber varied between 70 cents and $1.50 a pound, and in 1910, when the American automobile output was suddenly expanding, the price rose as high as $3 a pound. The plantations were then producing less than a tenth of the world's supply. As the plantation output increased, however, the average price was brought down to 65 cents in 1914. It rose only slightly during the war, and after the war it fell to 16 cents in 1921. That was the year in which automobile production in the United States took its big slump from 2,205,197 cars to 1,592,041. The automobile slump caused a crisis in the rubber plantations. Before 1921, the plantation profits had averaged about 20%, but with rubber at 16 cents in 1921, the situation was serious. 16 cents was less than cost. The United States Department of Commerce estimated the cost of production at from 12 to 18 cents a pound, allowing nothing for profit. Including a profit of 15%, the price would have to be from 24 to 32 cents a pound. Large stocks of unsold rubber were accumulating. The planting of new trees for future production stopped, and the weaker plantations began to go to the wall. Such was the situation when the British Colonial Secretary in 1921 appointed a commission, headed by Sir James Stephenson, to investigate possible remedies. The plan recommended by the Stephenson Committee was adopted, in the form of ordinances, by Ceylon, Straits Settlements, the Federated Malay States, and other British Malayan colonies. In essence, it aimed to restrict the production and export of crude rubber in such a way as to keep the price in the neighbourhood of 30 to 40 cents a pound, a reasonable enough figure. The method, however, was clumsy. The amount produced by each plantation in the year 1919 to 1920 was taken as standard production, with some allowance for new trees. No one could export rubber without a license, or export more than his quota without paying a heavy export tax. The export quota for each plantation or company was fixed at 60% of standard production for the first quarter year. Then, if the average price for the first quarter had been less than 25 cents, 1 shilling, the quota would be reduced. If the price were above 30 cents, 1 shilling 3 pence, the quota would be increased. At first, the Stevenson scheme failed to produce a very marked change. The average price for 1923, the first year, was only 29.45 cents, and for 1924 it was still less, 26.40 cents. But the automobile industry in the United States was recovering. The number of automobiles produced by American manufacturers rose from about 1,600,000 in 1921 to 3,900,000 in 1923 and 3,600,000 in 1924. Moreover, balloon tyres were coming into general use. As a result, the demand for crude rubber increased and prices rose, and speculators, foreseeing a shortage with higher prices, bought wildly, driving the price up suddenly in 1925 until it reached the high point of $1.21 a pound. It was the increased use of rubber rather than the Stevenson restrictions that caused the rise, and it was speculation rather than sound economics that produced the absurdity of $1.21. The Stevenson scheme, however, bore the blame. The situation was particularly difficult because the producers were mainly British, whereas the consumers were largely American. The United States normally purchased more than 3/4 of the world's output of crude rubber. To be sure, the British had offered in 1922 to supply the American industry with rubber at 35 cents a pound for 5 years. That was an approximately fair price, but rubber in 1922 was selling at just half that price, and the American manufacturers rejected the bargain. In 1925, however, they paid on the average 73 cents. The Department of Commerce figured it out that the United States paid out $430 million for crude rubber in 1925, and that this was $200 million more than it would have been at 1924 prices. Secretary Hoover uttered his philippics against the British rubber monopoly. There was a congressional investigation. New interest was taken in the possibility of producing in the Philippines a supply of rubber under the American flag. But in the Philippines there was a difficulty. There was a law restricting to 2,500 acres the land any corporation could acquire or lease. Yet men like the Vice President of the American Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines insisted in public speeches that Congress would remove this restriction and that America should have its rubber plantations under the Stars and Stripes. Meanwhile, Harvey Firestone, the great tire maker, was inserting 2-page advertisements in the ubiquitous Saturday Evening Post, carrying the slogan, "Americans should produce their own rubber." To set the example, he announced that he intended to create huge plantations in Liberia. On the other hand, the United States Rubber Company, apparently willing to wave the flag, pursued the policy of establishing plantations, under American ownership but foreign flags, in the East Indies, 94,000 acres in the Dutch East Indies, and 30,000 acres in British Malaya, with 7 million trees producing 20 million pounds of rubber a year, and representing an investment of something like $25 million. What relieved the situation, however, was not the planting of new trees, for it requires 6 to 7 years for a new plantation to come into productive maturity, and not Secretary Hoover's campaign, which, according to one shrewd critic, tended to nourish the panic, but rather certain economic reactions. High prices of themselves checked buying, and thus lessened the competition in the buyer's market. High prices of themselves resulted in the automatic increase of the Stevenson quotas. High prices and Secretary Hoover's advice alike stimulated tire manufacturers to utilize reclaimed or old rubber, thus lessening the demand for new crude. And finally, while the British were restricting their exports, the Dutch East Indies increased theirs, naturally enough, from 102,000 tons in 1922 to 137,000 in 1923 to 175,000 in 1924. Doubtless, some of this increase was due to the maturing of trees already planted, and some to rubber bootlegging. The net result of these combined factors was to bring the price of rubber down to 90 cents in January 1926 and to about 41 cents in the summer of 1926. The rubber episode was significant in showing not only the possibilities, but also the limitations of such experiments. It helped to raise prices little when prices were too low, and too much when prices were too high. It occasioned a panic in the United States and called forth exchanges of recriminations across the Atlantic. It handed over to the Dutch a large share of the business which the British producers had hitherto enjoyed, and it stimulated American rubber companies to seek rival sources of crude rubber outside British Malaya. It was certainly no unmixed success. Another kind of nationalistic interference with colonial raw materials has been exhibited here and there in the imposition of differential export taxes. The purpose of these is to give manufacturers in the mother country an advantage over other manufacturers in purchasing raw materials. For instance, when the United States acquired the Philippine Islands, the export tax on Philippine manila was increased from 37.5 cents to 75 cents per 100 kilograms, and in 1902, while this heavy tax continued to be levied on exports of manila to foreign countries, manila shipped to the United States was freed of duty. Thus, foreign cordage manufacturers had to pay 75 cents per 100 kilos more for their manila hemp than was paid by Americans. Similarly, the British imposed differential export duties on tin ore mined in the Malay Peninsula in order to give the tin smelters of Cornwall an advantage over their rivals in Perth Amboy and Brooklyn. Again in 1920, in order to wrest from Germany the industry of crushing oil from the palm kernels produced by British West Africa, the British imposed differential export tax of £2 a tonne on palm kernels shipped outside Britain. Incidentally, they injured an American palm oil industry which had sprung up rapidly since the beginning of the war, that is, since the blockade had stifled the German industry. On the whole, however, such differential export taxes have been relatively rare and comparatively unimportant in international life, yet to some extent they have contributed to the development of the imperialist attitude toward raw materials. Perhaps the most important factor in popular psychology regarding this problem is the feeling that it is perilous to be without supplies of necessary war materials in time of war. In a world where peace is insecure, so this train of thought runs, a nation should endeavour to provide itself with adequate materials under its own flag, where no foreign nation can cut them off. Those who consciously or unconsciously allow this idea to influence them usually forget that obtaining a safe supply of this or that material is quite a different thing from having assured supplies of all the essential war materials. The United States is unusually generously endowed by nature, yet it is stated on good authority that there are at least 30 materials essential to war which are produced either not at all or in quite insufficient quantities in the United States. Some of these, chromium and shellac for instance, are items that are little in the public eye, yet vital in war industry. Footnote: antimony, camphor, chromium, coffee, cork, graphite, hemp, hides, iodine, jute, flaxseed, manganese, manila, mica, nickel, nux vomica, opium, platinum, potassium salts, quicksilver, quinine, rubber, shellac, silk, sodium nitrate, sugar, tin, tungsten, vanadium, wool. End footnote. To obtain adequate supplies of them all would be a sheer impossibility for the United States, and even more fantastic for other countries. Real self-sufficiency in wartime materials is a delusion. The intensification of imperialist interest in raw materials, especially since the war, has meant keen international rivalry and has done much to embitter international relations. If the economic results had been wholly satisfactory, perhaps one could pay the political price with less regret, but too often the economic results have justified neither the price paid nor the optimism with which many imperialist ventures have been launched. Take as an illustration the question of cotton. By temporarily interfering with the supply of raw cotton from the United States, the Civil War aroused the mill owners of Lancashire to look about them for other sources of supply, so that they might be less dependent on America. Indian cotton production was increased gradually, Egyptian production was greatly stimulated, and Egypt passed into Britain's hands. Attempts, more or less successful, were made to grow cotton in British West Africa, East Africa, Sudan, and other possessions. France and Germany, too, endeavoured to foster cotton growing in their African protectorates. Italian imperialists dreamed of bountiful cotton crops in the Italian colonies. Yet by 1914, all Africa, with the exception of Egypt, produced only 35,000 bales, and in 1925, only 250,000, as compared with some 16 million produced by the United States and 900,000 by the independent countries of South America. The growing of cotton in various parts of Africa and the Orient is, of course, advantageous in giving the colonies an additional source of livelihood and in supplementing the rather uncertain and often inadequate American supply. But neither Great Britain, nor France, nor Italy, nor any other European nation empire has come within reach of the desired goal of self-sufficiency in raw cotton. Moreover, India may be expected increasingly to consume a larger share of her own raw cotton in her own mills. Most of the cotton grown in the French Empire goes to Japan and China rather than to France for manufacture, because Indochina, the chief producing colony, is nearer to Japan and China than to France. The foregoing instances may serve to suggest a thought that is devastating to the conventional imperialist view of the raw materials problem. The popular notion is that a nation naturally obtains the raw materials which its colonies produce. The actual facts, however, do not conform to this rule. France owns New Caledonia, and on that island are found certain rare minerals, notably cobalt and nickel. But the cobalt of New Caledonia goes to Belgium, and 2/3 of the nickel goes to Belgium. The British own the Malayan colonies, which produce more than half of the world's crude rubber, but the crude rubber goes mainly to the United States. The graphite of Madagascar goes to England, not to France. French imperialists are eloquent on the topic of Tunisian phosphate, but French official statistics show that France receives less than half of the phosphate and other mineral produce of Tunis. The point is that raw materials in general are colourblind. They recognise no national flag. They follow the laws of supply and demand, and of distance, and of transportation costs. They obey economic rather than political control. The producers have the familiar human tendency to sell to the highest bidder, regardless of nationality. Only by embargoes, and by the imposition of differential export taxes, can this tendency ordinarily be overruled, and such methods are rarely employed. They cannot be employed generally. If France should forbid Tunisian mines to sell phosphate to foreign countries, it would probably injure the prosperity of Tunis and of influential French capitalists who would register effective protests. If Great Britain, instead of merely introducing a scheme to stabilise prices for the benefit of British Malayan rubber plantations, should ruin those plantations by prohibiting all export of rubber to the United States, the British Malayan colonies would become a grave problem, and the plantation owners would move heaven and earth, including Downing Street, to repeal the prohibition. This point need not be overstated as an inviolable law. On the contrary, we know that economic laws can be overruled to some extent by political interference. Nevertheless, economic self-interest of colonial producers is strong enough to act as a formidable obstacle to any attempt on the part of an imperialist nation to monopolise an important raw material produced in its colonies, but needed by foreign consumers able to pay a better price than their competitors in the mother country. Admitting that normally raw materials will go to the highest bidder, and that Belgians will have to pay for Congolese products, and Frenchmen for Tunisian phosphate, and Englishmen for Australian wool, just as if they were not Belgians, Frenchmen, or Britons. Still the question may be raised whether it is not better for a country's foreign exchange and general prosperity, or at any rate, if it is not more satisfactory, to pay the purchase price to one's colonial fellow countrymen rather than to foreigners. Leaving the reader free to answer this delicate question in accordance with his own sentimental predilections or theories of international exchange, we may simply take note of the fact that in a number of rather important instances the premise of this principle is false. The colonial producer is not necessarily a fellow countryman, Some of the rubber plantations in British Malaya, for example, are owned by the United States Rubber Company, and large plantations in the Dutch East Indies are really British and American. Similarly, in the British Mandate of Iraq, the oil wells of the Turkish Petroleum Company will pay somewhat less than half their dividends to British investors, the larger share being divided among French, American and Dutch interests. British capital has an important share in the Katanga mines of the Belgian Congo. American capital is interested in African diamonds. British and Belgian capital own productive enterprises in the Portuguese colonies. If the present process of vertical trust building, by which great industries seek to extend their ownership over their raw materials, continues, we may expect to see the political map more and more hopelessly blurred by the worldwide network of investments. There is one more point to be considered here, and it is the pivot of the whole matter. The question is whether, through imperialism, it is possible and desirable to achieve national self-sufficiency in raw materials. Such self-sufficiency seems to be the goal toward which imperialist efforts tend, and, to change the metaphor, the rock on which imperialist arguments are builded. The answer must be factual rather than theoretical. Let France, with her very large empire, be taken as an illustration and test. 2/3 of the imports of France are raw materials, but merely 1/10 of those raw materials comes from French colonies. The other 9/10 France must import from Great Britain, the United States, Germany, Belgium, South America. After 50 years of active imperialism, France has achieved 10% of self-sufficiency, and 10%, of course, is not self-sufficiency at all. If a French imperialist heard the statement that the most important colonies of France, from the economic point of view, were the United States, Germany, and Great Britain, he would doubtless gasp. But it is true. The chief providers of raw materials for French industry, colonies in that economic sense, are these three great powers. France does get over 50% of her cattle, rice, manioc, fish, and ground nuts from her colonies. She gets between 10 and 50% of her imported wines, hides, tobacco, rubber, meat, fruits, olive oils, and she gets a small percentage, 1 to 10%, of her wool, wood, cotton, coffee, grain, cacao, lead, sugar. It has been estimated that if colonial supplies were fully developed, and if the price factor were not considered, France could depend on her colonies entirely for her supplies of hides, rubber, vegetable oils, wool, cotton, and some of the metals. But she would still remain dependent on foreign countries for the coal to smelt her iron ore, for zinc and tin, lead, manganese, oil unless new fields are tapped, nitrate unless it is made from the air, mercury, platinum, and sulfur, and other rather necessary materials. To annex supplies of all of these would require more than the imperialist genius of a Delcasse. Other countries would serve equally well to illustrate the point. From its dependencies, the United States obtains much sugar, fruits, hemp, and tobacco, and some fish, gold, copper, coconut oil, and minor products. But thus far, political expansion has not materially helped to make the United States independent of Malayan rubber, Indian jute, Japanese silk, British tin, Canadian nickel, Canadian asbestos, Australian and South American wool, Indian and Russian manganese, Rhodesian chromite, and other important items on the list of imports. Japan needs raw cotton, iron, rubber, hides, wool, flax and hemp, wood pulp and oil, but from her colonies she gets little of these. Although someday Korea's undeveloped mines may somewhat relieve the demand for copper, iron and coal. At present, Formosa supplies camphor, some tea, sugar and coal. Korea exports rice, beans, cattle and gold. Sakhalin is supposed to contain valuable oil and mineral resources. Holland has to import from foreign countries iron, coal, cotton and various metals, whereas her colonies supply sugar, coffee, tea, cinchona, tobacco, rubber, copper, tin, and oil, enabling the Dutch to act as middlemen rather than rendering Holland self-sufficient. Italy needs cotton, coal, iron. but colonial supplies are largely in the stage of fervent hopes. Belgian Congo produces above all copper, and also palm nuts, gold, ivory, palm oil, diamonds. But Belgium needs coal, various minerals, phosphates, cotton, and other items not supplied in quantity by Congo. Portugal needs coal, cotton, and fertilizers, but her colonies provide coffee, rubber, sugar, coconuts, and cacao. But what of Britain? If her empire is not self-sufficient, surely none can aspire to be so. A few years ago, a British scholar compiled statistics showing that the empire produces more than half the world's supplies of a dozen or more minerals, including asbestos, chromite, cobalt, feldspar, gold, manganese, mica, nickel, tin, tungsten, molybdenum, monazite, and a substantial percentage of a dozen or so more. Footnote: P. Evans Lewin, The Resources of the Empire and Their Development, British Empire Series, 1924. End footnote. In many items it is, or could easily become, self-sufficient. Yet there remain certain deficiencies, notably cotton, copper, and fertilizers, besides quicksilver, platinum, and sulfur, with which at present even this greatest of all empires does not seem to be able to supply itself. Even if enough cotton were produced, by strenuous efforts, there would remain the minerals, which must be discovered if they are to be produced. The British people cannot yet practice the motto,
"Keep your money in your own empire."
Even for Great Britain, but infinitely more so for other empires, self-sufficiency in raw materials seems unattainable, certainly in the near future. And except in the case of Britain and the United States, colonial possessions supply only a relatively small fraction of raw material requirements. If these are the economic facts, it is sheer folly for nations dependent on other great powers for the bulk of their supplies to let illusory hopes of imperial self-sufficiency interfere with the international reciprocity and goodwill which are necessary to their own prosperity. The whole problem can be viewed from a different angle. The feudal state and city-state of the Middle Ages proved too small for the economic facts of early modern times, and were united into national states. The national state of yesterday found itself too small to include the raw materials and markets its industries craved, and so nations expanded into nation empires. All the great powers of today are nation empires, rather than simple nations, with the sole exception of Germany, and Germany is a nation against her will. Now, the nation empire finds itself inadequate. Even its expanded frontiers do not include all the needed materials and markets of industry. It is too small. The next step seems to be worldwide international cooperation, reciprocity, and regulation. Nations hesitate to take the step, inevitable as it may be, because public opinion and public sentiment cling to doctrines which were formulated to fit the economic facts of a generation or 2 generations ago. It takes so long to convert the public to a new doctrine that often the doctrine is out of date before it wins general acceptance. Men were slow to accept the gospel of imperialism, which a few professors, businessmen, and journalists began to preach in the 70s and 80s of the last century, as a solution of the economic problems of their day. But in the end, imperialism spread. Now it is being applied, a mid-Victorian policy, in a very un-Victorian age. It is this survival of mid-Victorianism that makes it so difficult to perceive the plain facts of the present situation. We see not the facts, but a mid-Victorian mirage. If the mirage could be cleared away, and the sentiment laid aside for the moment, 2 things would become reasonably clear. First, that in increasing the variety and quantity of raw materials that may be used for the comfort of mankind, imperialism has performed a very genuine service. Second, that in so far as imperialism attempts to attain monopoly or self-sufficiency, it is running counter both to the economic facts and to the international goodwill on which peace ultimately rests. If these facts may be taken for granted, it is not difficult to argue, though it is beyond the scope of this book to propose in detail, that in place of short-sighted antagonisms and rivalry among empires, what is needed today is the gradual development, through international conferences, of international agreements against unfair practices in the control of raw materials. End of section 7. Section 8 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 4 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 19D, Conclusions, Part 4. Subsection, The Civilizing Mission. In all this reckoning of business profits and economic balances, we have left out of account the high humanitarian purposes which have played so conspicuous a part in imperialist eloquence and in public sentiment. After all, if Frenchmen sacrificed blood and treasure to build their empire in Africa, they believed it was to fulfill their mission civilisatrice, as well as to gain raw materials and markets. Englishmen do not always weigh the white man's burden in pounds sterling. President McKinley spoke of civilizing the Filipinos, not of exploiting them. In discussions of what is often now called economic imperialism, one should not forget that imperialism is also non-economic. One may even doubt whether it would have much potency if it had no idealism. Imperialism, to many, means going into unhappy backward lands and bringing education, Christianity, civilization, sanitation, and progress to the benighted heathen races. If this be imperialism, the student has the right to ask, what has been accomplished to date in civilizing the backward races? One acid test that is easily applied is the extent to which imperialist nations have promoted education in their colonies. Something like 1 million Negroes are now receiving some sort of schooling in the African colonies, largely thanks to the devoted efforts of Catholic and Protestant missionaries. While in Asia and the East Indies many millions are being educated, this is an achievement and a benefit which should not be minimized nor forgotten. But it is less than the reader of imperialist speeches and writings might have been led to expect. It is less because establishing schools in colonies is no easy task. It costs money, and as a rule colonial budgets are strained by other burdens, if they do not actually show deficits. It calls for teachers, but for a teacher to leave home and family and journey to some distant and semi-civilized colony and learn the native language requires a rare degree of courage and adventure. Giving due weight to these factors, we must still observe that most imperialist governments give much less support to education than to raw materials, tariffs and railways. The Belgian government, in its Annuaire statistique for Belgium and Congo, while giving full details of commerce and administrative matters, does not even consider school statistics for Congo interesting enough to include. From the budget figures there given, however, one learns that a little over 2 million francs, not much more than $100,000 and only 1% of the Congo budget, was appropriated for education in 1923. For education in the great colony of French West Africa, last year, only 7,400,000 francs, less than $500,000, could be spared out of a budget of 12 times that figure. And small appropriations bring small results. There would be still smaller, were it not for the fact that in many African colonies the work of education is carried on by missionaries, either with or without financial aid from the administration. In Algeria, out of every 1,000 inhabitants, there are only 46 children attending school. If elementary education were as widespread, say, as in the United States, there would be about 200 instead of 46. For Madagascar, the ratio is 40.5, for Tunis, somewhere between 22 and 28, according to different statistics. But for French West Africa, as soon as we get into tropical Africa, the ratio drops to 3. In the French Cameroon Mandate, it is also 3. In Belgian Congo, according to the report of an American educational investigation, the ratio is 26. Footnote: on education in Africa, there is much very interesting material in the report entitled Education in Africa, prepared by Thomas Jesse Jones as chairman of a commission sent to investigate African education by the Phelps-Stokes Fund. This first report was published by the fund in 1922. Another field investigation led to a second report, Education in East Africa, likewise prepared by Dr. Jones in 1925. For some of the material in this chapter I am indebted to these reports, as well as to the official yearbooks published in Belgium, France, etc., and to the always handy Statesman's Yearbook. End footnote. In the British African colonies the ratio varies widely. Uganda has 50, South Africa 40, Gold Coast 17, Nigeria only 7 according to the American investigators, but over 30 according to the Statesman's Yearbook, which includes a large number of Mohammedan schools. For Portuguese Angola it is 1 by one report, 11 by another. In quasi-independent Liberia it is between 3 and 4. It is hardly necessary to characterize these ratios by saying that they represent heroic endeavors on the part of missionaries and a pitifully inadequate effort on the part of governments. Standards vary so wildly from one colony to another that the ratios cannot be fairly used as a basis for contrasting the policy of one country with that of another, but the ratios are accurate enough to show clearly that the powers which partitioned Africa have considered economic development more important than schools for the natives. If the quantity of education given to the African natives is small, the quality is a matter of dispute. In some cases, the education consists of the rudiments of the 3 R's, with a smattering of the language of the European government. Now the tendency is to question the value of such teaching, and in some colonies the attempt to force a European language on children in the elementary grade is being abandoned. Portugal, however, still insists that printing textbooks in the native languages, or teaching in the native languages, is not to be allowed, except as a makeshift while the pupils are learning Portuguese. On the other hand, the investigating commissions sent out by the Phelps-Stokes Fund recommended that in the elementary classes, the tribal language should be used, and the European tongue introduced only in the upper grades. It is also interesting to note that the commissions urged that not merely the 3 R's, but also agriculture, hygiene, industrial skill, and morals ought to have a prominent place in the curriculum. For Asiatic colonies, the problem is different, but the quantity of education is small, as in Africa. In British India, the ratio is only 37.7. The masses are remaining illiterate. In Cochin China, the French provide schooling for only 22.5 children per 1,000 inhabitants. In the Dutch East Indies, the figure is 38. These ratios may be compared with 59 for independent Siam, 16 for China, 150 for Japan, 20 for the Japanese colony of Korea. The value of Western educational ideals and methods in Asia is too deep and intricate a question even to broach here, where we are considering principally the degree of sincerity with which the civilizing mission has been carried out. Americans may perhaps derive some satisfaction from the knowledge that the United States has taken the task of education much more seriously than European powers have done. In Hawaii, there is practically universal elementary education. In Puerto Rico, the ratio per 1,000 inhabitants is 175. Compare this with 125 for British Jamaica, 117 for the Dominican Republic, and 37 for Haiti. In the Philippines it is 120 as compared with 38 for the Dutch East Indies, and 22.5 for Cochin China. An educational survey made by a commission headed by Professor Paul Monroe of Columbia University found there is still room for improvement in the Philippines. The average Filipino child goes to school less than 3 years, and gets only the merest smattering of English and the 3 R's. Despite the large sums that have been spent to teach them English, the Filipinos adopt the language slowly, and English is spoken habitually in not more than 1 or 2% of Filipino homes. Moreover, it has been said that the rapid development of a sort of education imperfectly suited to Philippine needs has led to an alarming increase of ilustrados, white-collar men seeking clerical and political positions. That, however, is a criticism which strikes at the root of American and European, as well as of colonial education. Into the question of the success and achievements or failures of missionary efforts in colonial territory, we cannot enter seriously here, nor would the writer, after having visited the International Missionary Exhibit at the Vatican in 1925, with its bewildering wealth of impressive material, consider himself qualified to make any summary of missionary work. That would call for a more intimate knowledge of many countries than any one person is likely to acquire. There is one point, however, that may be confidently asserted. The extension of European political and economic control over pagan lands has not had the effect of Christianizing the natives. The statistics of conversions, difficult to compile and more difficult to interpret, show that, while in some of the Pacific Islands and a few parts of Africa, very considerable percentages of the native populations have become at least nominally Christian, most of Africa and Asia have remained pagan and Muslim. It may properly be suggested, furthermore, that although in many colonies the missions obtain small contributions for their schools from the public treasury, this financial gain is offset by the psychological effect of imperialism. While the missionary has been bringing the gospel to the natives, the traders too often have brought rum and guns, and traders and soldiers and officials have brought violence, fraud, and venereal disease. No estimate of the benefits of imperialism to the natives can ignore the interrelated problems of land, labour, and taxation. The land problem is particularly acute in the more backward parts of Africa. How wholesale expropriation was carried out in Congo, and with what tragic results, we have already described in some detail. In East Africa, vast plantations have been granted to white planters, who rarely cultivate more than a small fraction of the princely estates assigned to them. In some of the African colonies, the natives have been crowded into reservations where there is not enough pasturage for their herds and not enough fertile land for their food crops, which are moved about from field to field to prevent exhaustion of the soil. Sometimes, as in Kenya, the motive has been to convert a black man's homeland into a white man's country. Sometimes it has been to compel the natives to seek employment as labourers on white men's plantations, for the native who has plenty of land for his crops and forests for hunting, or pastures for cattle, is not enthusiastic about becoming a wage earner. The vital problems for humanitarian imperialists is to protect the native against the loss of his land, and it is no easy problem when the tribal-minded native does not understand, as he does not usually understand, European ideas of land ownership. In recent years, Britain, France, and Belgium have framed fairly elaborate laws to protect native rights to the soil in some of their colonies. The League of Nations Mandates Commission has given particular emphasis to this problem. Labour is another difficult problem. In the Pacific Islands, where the natives are disinclined or physically ill-suited to plantation labour, the problem has been solved by importing coolies, Japanese labourers in Hawaii, Indians in Fiji. In Asia, there is surplus labour, cheap and willing, and the problem there is not wholly unlike the European labour problem of a few generations ago. It is a problem of long hours, low wages, child labour, and the beginnings of the struggle between capitalism and incipient trade unionism. In tropical Africa, however, the problem is how to make the natives work at all, for Europeans. Actual slavery is everywhere condemned and vanishing. It lingers longest in the form of domestic slavery among the natives themselves. Compulsory labour, once the fashion in Central Africa, is falling more and more under censure. Though it is still utilised by governments when they need natives for railroad or road construction or other public works, and it is still exacted in lieu of taxes. But increasingly, compulsory labour is being disguised or transformed into other devices. One ingenious substitute is contract labour. Natives are recruited by an agent or by native chiefs to serve as labourers for a definite term of 2 or 3 months, and are transported in gangs to the place of labour, where, being under obligation of contract, they are compelled to serve out their term. Where the native understands the contract and accepts it freely, the system may be relatively innocuous, but it is an open secret that in many cases the native is ignorant or coerced by authority. Taxation is a favourite method of stimulating native industry. In many African colonies, hut and poll taxes are imposed, ranging from 50 cents to several dollars per capita. The amount seems small enough by our standards, but to a Negro without money it is a large sum. He can earn it by working on a plantation or in a mine, for white employers, at wages that vary from 5 cents a day or less in Congo, northern Rhodesia, and other regions, to 6 or 7 cents in Kenya, perhaps 20 cents in the interior of Nigeria, and 50 cents or more in South Africa. At such wages it takes a native months to save enough to pay the tax for his family. Small wages, it should be pointed out incidentally, mean small purchasing power. Here, there is a real conflict of interest between the European manufacturers and merchants who hope to sell their goods to the colonies, and the colonial planters and mine owners who want cheap labour. The conflict is broader than Africa. In the Statistical Abstract of the United States, there is a table showing the per capita imports of various countries, a significant table. A few of the figures may be quoted for purpose of illustrating the point. British India, $2.21. Dutch East Indies, $5.64. French Indochina, $3.63. Belgian Congo, $1.21. Portuguese colonies, $3.64. And we may add Kenya and Uganda, $5.35. French West Africa, $3.25. Nigeria, $3.49. If the imports of Europeans in the colonies were deducted, the figures would, of course, be still lower. The purchasing power of the natives in most colonies is extremely small, simply because the natives are poor. In Gold Coast, however, where the natives as independent farmers have been enriched by cacao production, the per capita imports are 2 or 3 times as high, $11.12 in 1924. In the Philippine Islands, they are $12.45. In North Africa, they are still higher, ranging up to $33.54 for tunas. Puerto Rico, thanks to the sugar industry, has the amazingly large figure of $62.71. And perhaps it will not seem strange that the white dominions of Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, with well-paid labour, import even larger quantities of foreign goods. The conclusion to be drawn is apparently that humanitarianism may have its economic advantage, that protecting the natives in colonies from unbridled exploitation by planters may be beneficial to the export interests, as well as gratifying to the humanitarian. In this, as in so many other matters, European imperialism stands at the crossroads, with conflicting interests and ideals tugging at either sleeve. On one hand, the development of plantation production is just making its lusty beginning, and as it grows it may be expected to call more and more loudly for cheap native or coolie labour. On the other hand, the idea that the natives should be protected against expropriation and exploitation, that they should be educated to industriousness rather than coerced into industry, seems to be making rapid headway among publicists and administrators. The issue is just as sharp, though not so often perceived, between the doctrine of exclusive and monopolistic imperialism, which is being more fervently preached in Europe today than ever before, and the doctrines of international reciprocity, which is being hardly less zealously proclaimed in both Europe and America. The same issue appears as between the increasingly prevalent practice of tariff discrimination and raw material controls, on one hand, and the growing financial internationalism that is manifested in consortiums, syndicates, and loans. The difference of opinion as to whether colonies should be assimilated in culture and language to the mother country, or should be provided with education adapted to their needs and traditions, is also becoming more sharply defined. Gravest of all, from a political viewpoint, is the conflict between the rising tide of colonial nationalism or self-determination, as exemplified in Egypt, India, and the Philippines, and the determination of imperialists to preserve imperial dominion. These conflicts may best be summed up in one transcendent issue: compulsory labour, exclusive colonial tariffs, attempts to achieve imperial economic self-sufficiency, the policy of forcing the mother country's language and culture on the colonies, and insistence on domination. are the ingredients of one form of imperialism that is by no means decrepit or defunct. Protection of native land rights, abolition of compulsory labour, readjusted education policies, the open door, and gradually increasing self-government for colonies capable of it, are policies that belong with a type of imperialism now associated with the word trusteeship. Trusteeship is not confined to the mandate system under the League of Nations, although the implications of the principle are being more fruitfully studied by the Permanent Mandates Commission than by any other organisation. In Great Britain and at Geneva, one hears Englishmen express the belief that, not only in the mandates, but in the other British colonies too, Britain is the trustee, if not the mandatory, of civilization. Charged with the double guardianship of the welfare of the natives and of the interests of the civilized world. The idea is not unfamiliar in America, and on the continent. It is an idea toward which the internationalization of finance, the world extension of industrial ramifications, the uneasy stirrings and questionings of native populations, and above all, the development of publicity and public opinion are driving. If international opinion, or to use Dr. Nicholas Murray Butler's happier phrase, the international mind, continues to develop as it has developed in recent years, it can hardly fail to assail the strong citadels of self-seeking imperialism. Yet about those citadels there hangs a mist, obscuring unsightly facts and lending glamour to illusions. It is no more than a fog of mid-Victorian misinformation, accumulated in the form of prejudice and venerable sentiment. Once the fog is dissipated, perhaps those citadels of narrow vision will vanish, and in their place mankind may establish an edifice in which enlightened national interest and humane internationalism may be at one and at peace. End of Section 8. End of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 4 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon.